Resident Evil Requiem, the game where we finally return back to Raccoon City 28 years later.
Whatever it takes, count me in.
I never thought a game like this would ever happen again. I've always wanted to go back to the original timeline and finally continue some of those unfinished storylines, and Requiem delivered. I had high hopes, but I didn't expect it to immediately be top 3 for me. This game it's so good. It's so good. So if you're new here, hi, my name is Sui. I've been going over all of the Resident Evil lore and anticipation for Resident Evil 9, and then I got a little behind. But it's fine. So Code Veronica was meant to be next, but all I want to do is talk about Requiem because of how good it was, and this will cap off the Raccoon City incident saga before what I like to call the Redfield saga. So that would be from Code Veronica all the way up to 8. And we aren't done with Requiem yet because while I was working on this script, they announced the story expansion, so DLCs, and I'm hoping we get more than one, maybe 2 or 3. I'm being greedy. It's fine. Now, to truly feel the full impact of this game, I highly recommend watching my other videos, or at least the video on Resi 2. If you don't feel like doing that, I get it, they're long videos. I'll try to explain the references and importance of things as we go along the way, but it will be a lot easier and a lot more impactful if you know the story of at least Resi 2. There's also some stuff from Resi 6 and 8, which I know I haven't done videos on them yet. I'm sorry, these take a really long time because I am a solo team and I'm tired. But again, don't worry, I'll explain the references as spoiler-free as I can. And one more thing before we start, I've had some comments of people not very comfortable with the horror aspects. To put cards on the table now, Resident Evil is a horror series. It is action and horror. So all throughout this game, we pop zombies and we pop them, and there's a couple of scenes in the beginning intro that are they're a bit full on. Even I went, oh! Hi, Editing Sui here. While on the topic of violence, I've been having a lot of issues with YouTube and Requiem videos, as a lot of creators have been. So I've unfortunately been forced to heavily censor a good couple of scenes. I know that can be really annoying, I get it. I am putting the whole thing up uncensored on Patreon as well. There's a $1 tier because I want to keep it as cheap as possible, and there's also a ton of extra ghost hunting stuff on there, if that's something that interests you. Just with YouTube becoming a lot more strict with video game stuff, we will definitely be forced to use the Patreon more. It'll all be linked below as well, so I'm really sorry. It kind of jars the cutscenes, I know. There's not really a whole lot I can do about it. Sorry. I can't give horror warnings every time a zombie is on the screen, or we are going to be here forever. The only warning I'm going to give is arachnophobia later on, as I know arachnophobia is a fairly common thing. I won't remove the scene, I'll just give timestamps of where you can skip. Okay, with all that said, let's get started because all I want to do is yap about this game. So sit down, get some snacks, a drink, make sure you hit that subscribe button because it'll motivate me to do the other how many other Resident Evil games we've got left, and let's start on Resident Evil 9 Requiem.
Sir.
Grace! Grace! Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Wrenwood Hotel. Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Confront that fear head on. Grace, I won't force you to go. But do you think you can do this for me? Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings. That's all for now.
Sorry.
So this is one of our main protagonists, Grace Ashcroft. She is an intelligence analyst for the FBI, and that detail is important. Some people are like, she's FBI, why is she nervous? She's not a field agent. I think her boss is the real villain here for sending her here by herself in the first place. Why doesn't she have backup? Why doesn't she have a partner? Why is she here to begin with? He's evil. An evil resident. So Grace is new to the series, but her mother isn't. As we heard, her mother Alyssa was murdered at the Wrenwood Hotel. So Alyssa was the main character in Outbreak. She was an investigative reporter who at the time of the initial outbreak was investigating a case involving illegal drug testing at a private hospital in the Arklay Mountains sponsored by Umbrella. Of course, we know she was onto something given the events of RE1. And if you want to know the events of RE1, again, I've got a video for it. So in the aftermath of surviving the outbreak, she published an expose condemning Umbrella, detailing everything she went through. This aided in the questioning of Umbrella by the public, adding on to the case between the US government and the Umbrella Corporation, which we call the Racoon trials. Now, I haven't gotten into a whole lot of the trials yet. I will. Promise. So after everything, we see that Alyssa went on to become a freelance investigative journalist traveling all over the country, which we see a little later on. She brought her daughter Grace alongside with her. Alyssa went through a lot, and I will make videos on Outbreak 1 and 2 to really explain it. It's just a bit of a mess now because we don't know what Capcom considered canon with Outbreak 1 and 2. Because they were non-canon, but now parts of it are. It's confusing, but I'll make Outbreak videos eventually. All you really need to know is she was an investigative journalist who held a part to play in the downfall of Umbrella. So now we play as her daughter Grace, returning to the location she was murdered in. Not a conflict of interest at all, but it's fine. And just look at the city, it's stunning. So just in this initial street, there is a lot. First, we pass Grill 14, which is a reference to Resi 3, which had Grill 13. Clearly, this is their new location after Grill 13. Yeah. And we also pass this man wearing the Ethan Winters fit, who was the main character of 7 and 8. Then as well, there is this repeat man wearing almost an identical Mr. X fit. Here we come across an information board. It reads, Wrenwood City Guide. Welcome to the beautiful and historic city of Wrenwood. Come soak in the nostalgia of a bygone era with the chic art galleries, classic restaurants, and plenty of stores where you can shop till you drop. If you want to get away from the modern hustle and muscle, is it muscle? If you want to get away from the modern hustle and muscle, Wrenwood is the place to be. Now, just to be clear here, because some people thought this was Raccoon City, yes, this game is marketed as going back to Raccoon City, but that's not for a while. We are in Wrenwood, which is a completely different city from Raccoon City, though it is nearby. So heading forward as Grace, we see these two workers covering up the Wrenwood Hotel sign. Finally, we come across some missing people signs before arriving at some police tape.
Hey, miss? Hey, that's a restricted area. You can't go in there.
Why?
It's an active crime scene.
Oh, right. Sorry. Just a sec.
Oh, you're FBI?
Yeah.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's the fifth one now, right? I heard they all have the same weird bruises, so you think it's something infectious, or terrorism, or... Why else would the FBI be investigating, right? Hey, are you with me?
Oh, there might be answers inside.
Yeah, sure, right. Be careful in there. Whole building's condemned. Word is they're finally gonna bring the whole place down.
Yeah, thanks.
So from that conversation, we can already tell Grace is a bit rattled. We also learn that 5 bodies have been found, all with the same bruises. Quickly too, how stunning is the environment here? Whoever did this put in an insane amount of detail. It is so impressive. So after getting jump scared by a crow, a Resi classic, we come up to a boarded front door, though it looks like there is a way in via an employee entrance nearby. Entering the building, it really is just a mess. Trash and molded food is all over the place. Clearly, nothing but rot and decay have been here in the last 8 years. For some reason, we can snoop around and really get a good look at all of the gross stuff around here before heading into the lobby.
I can't. It's too much. Come on, Grace.
So here we get a prompt to read the investigation report Grace has with her. It reads, submitted by FBI agent Kyle Eames. Overview. On September 28, 2026 at 11:20 p.m., the body of a man was found at an abandoned hotel in the midwestern city of Wrenwood. The body was discovered in the hotel restroom. Based on the level of decay, it has been suspected that they had been there for several days. Prior to this incident, multiple cases of similarly mysterious deaths have been reported in locations across the United States. H. Ramirez, 59, pronounced dead at Stoneville Hospital. E. Wilkins, 51, pronounced dead at Hotel Danbar. K. White, 69, pronounced dead at Green Oak Apartments. And Warren, 90, pronounced dead at Night Valley Nursing Home. It has been confirmed that all of the identified victims were survivors of the Raccoon City incident. The victims' bodies all had extensive black bruising. So this gives us a bit of a more detailed explanation of what's going on, but it also tells us a few things. It tells us the year is 2026, and on a note here, there is an 8 written in blood on the wall. I'll come back to that in a little while. Then finally, M. Warren. It's not confirmed, but I think the name and the age isn't a coincidence. This could be Michael Warren, the old Raccoon City mayor. You know, the guy who left his daughter Catherine Warren stranded in Raccoon City with irons. Unfortunate he seemed to have lived a long life is all I'm saying. Anyway, we continue forward into the hotel, where we can see a number of evidence markers on the floor. There's police tape and extensive fire damage. I knew that scare was coming and it still got me anyway. We can also explore an adjacent bathroom and find a toilet that only James Sunderland would interact with. Going to leave the room, we get another scare. Following where the bucket came from, we can see something that doesn't belong here. It's a photo of Grace, clearly unaware the photo was being taken. On the back are the words, "Let's talk, room 204," with a key.
Who's there? What do I do?
The fact that Grace doesn't immediately leave here is wild. I get that the way out is now locked, but I'd be smashing a window and going back to the office to yell at my boss ASAP. But Grace is clearly braver than me, so we head forward, unlocking the door. This is the lobby. Immediately on the floor, we can find a pamphlet that reads, "The Wrenwood Hotel has been welcoming guests from all walks of life since opening its doors in 1928. Experience the warm embrace of nearly a century's worth of history along with Wrenwood's time-honored traditions." We can also see a number of photos showing what the hotel originally looked like, including the bar area we were just in. We are interrupted by a sound upstairs, but before we head up, there is a note in this back room. It reads, "Notice of closure. To all employees, following the recent incident, management has been working hard to restore public trust. Unfortunately, due to the extent of the damage, it is unclear if it will be possible to reopen. Consequently, it is with great regret that we must announce the official closure of the Wrenwood Hotel. We apologize greatly for the impact that this may have on you and your families, and wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude for the support and hard work you have brought to the long-standing business." So clearly the incident was whatever happened when Grace's mother Alyssa died, and it was bad enough to send this whole place under. Finally, we can find a map of the building and begin heading up to 204. So here we can see this place is just a mess, and the way forward is locked with wire. Also, note here, her gun says a reliable handgun. Grace bought it for self-defense with her first paycheck. She bought her own gun. Her boss didn't supply her with one, or a partner with one, because she's analysis. She might not be given a gun, but a field agent partner probably would have a gun. That guy's evil. Anyway, turning around conveniently, there are wire cutters right here.
Shit. Shit.
Another scare that I knew was coming, and it got me anyway. We cut the wire and head forward into 204. So we turn off the eerie radio talking about our investigation and head over to the bed. It is littered with photos of Grace.
What? Who?
Anne,
Hi, Mom.
you have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
What you always do? Nag at me until I go to bed?
Oh, it's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me.
Rude.
What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry!
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time. Stay close.
Mom, wait.
Grace, come on, keep moving.
I'm coming.
Grace, hurry. Keep moving.
Hello? Who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
What the hell, Mom?
No, Grace. No. Grace, stay close to me.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
What did you hide behind that painting?
I'll explain later. We need to find another way out. Grace, come on. Come on in, Grace.
I'm calling the police.
No, don't go.
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No, murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Wrenwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way. Oh, my God. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out. Breathe in and out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff,
We
Mom.
can come back for it later, Grace.
Found you.
Is that not a brutal death for Alyssa? I fully almost cried the first time I saw it, from shock and from Grace's actress. If she doesn't win awards for how incredible her performance was for this game, I will riot.
So sorry. This is not my fault.
Hello? Who is this? I need to get out of here.
Something important. I'll explain later.
What did you hide behind that painting?
So now, standing in this room and remembering the path we just ran, the room we are standing in is the exact same room Grace and her mum were staying in during the flashback. And one more thing. People with free cam have gone to the beginning of that cutscene to see what Grace was doing on the laptop. She's on what looks like an equivalent of a Reddit on amateur journalist sites discussing the Baker incident from Resident Evil 7. I'd show you, but it is spoilers for 7 and I haven't quite got there in the series. It's just a cool detail that I'm glad they added it in, knowing people would want to go and see what she's doing on the laptop. It's cool. Just funny she's on Reddit. Anyway, time to get the hell out of here. And we aren't alone. Great. But thankfully, there is an exit right here. But we need a key, and we need to see what Alyssa hid behind that painting. So inside Alyssa's folder, we find a notebook. It says, October 17th, 2018. Work has settled down and we're heading to a new town the day after tomorrow. I'm thankful my freelance work allows me to work from anywhere, but I'm a bit worried about Grace. It's difficult for her to make friends and we're constantly on the move. Maybe we can spend a little more time in the next town. October 18th, 2018. Finished some research and stopped in a cafe when I noticed a hooded man. I could have sworn he was watching me. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. October 19th, 2018. I saw that hooded man again. He's definitely following me. We only just got here, but I think we should move on. I can't let anything happen to Grace. Then finally, in the bottom of the folder, we find a Mo disc.
Sorry, officer. What's wrong?
Something stung me.
Are you okay? What do I do?
Go!
Get away! Get away from me! Oh, shit! Stay away! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Seeing him turn the first time sent shivers down my spine. Freaky. Also, hearing him say things to her like, go, run. This virus is freaky. I'll explain more later on, but now we can see that a light is on and soft music is playing nearby.
Is anyone there?
hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft. Rest now, Grace. We have so much to do.
So this guy planted the body that Grace was sent here to investigate. Using FreeCam, we can also see he was the one who walked past this door earlier. I'll explain him a little better later on, but for now, we have a second character to get to.
Talk to me. Is this one like the others?
Well, same black blotches.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
No. No, this is different. That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Who is he?
A former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah. I'm here.
You okay?
Some of the edges. Check it out.
And before you say anything, I left the normal skins on for Leon and Grace, but I left my gun skins on, okay? Let me have my shiny glitter guns, alright? Shush. And if you missed a ton of the promo, the car Leon drives here is a custom Porsche Cayenne Turbo GT, of which a real-world version was made, which was estimated to be around 250,000 USD, which is crazy for a man to drive who has crashed every single other vehicle he's ever driven. Also, his license plate is ND9642, which the numbers represent all of the games he's been in, 2, 4, 6, and 9. The ND is speculated to mean something like not dead or never die. At this point, it hasn't been confirmed. It's just a cool little nod to the games he's been in. We just don't know for sure what the ND stands for. Anyway, back to Leon and his fancy car.
You almost there?
Just about. Stuck in traffic. You've got to be shitting me.
What's going on? she okay?
Oh, she's fine. I'm just taking her home.
Leon, what's your sit rep?
I'm going after Victor.
Don't do anything stupid.
Me? Never.
Now, these boxes aren't meant to be here. Because I've already finished the game, they now show up a lot earlier than they're meant to, so I'll just explain them quickly. Later on, we find a band that is a combat data tracker, and as Leon, the more kills we get, the more points we get towards upgrading guns and buying things. Personally, with how obsessed Umbrella's been with combat data, i.e. all of one and the Nemesis versus Jill, I'd never put this damn thing on. But that's what this box is, and the tracking modules are upgrade points, so if you see me picking them up or you see the boxes in weird spots, just pretend they're not there. So heading forward, we hear screams.
Whoa. Hey, what the hell, lady?
Help me!
You okay? What are you doing?
So she has clearly turned. Remember, she was someone who Gideon shot with that dart. Remember the cop saying to Grace that something stung him? Gideon infected him too. Now, this new virus has been causing a lot of confusion, so let me explain it now. We still need a little bit of clarification on the whole thing, but this is still the T virus, but a highly modified, highly mutated strain of the T virus that Gideon has been refining for what could be decades now. We don't really know for sure. The main difference is those infected are significantly more mentally intact than the ones we've come into contact with previously. So this strain focuses specifically around memory. This has caused the infected to act out either previous desires or continue known tasks such as former jobs or really strong personality traits. We'll see examples of all of those. So this one also takes over in moments, as we just saw. Now this is the part that we don't know. Is this a virus that takes over the body so fast they aren't contagious via the bite anymore? Or is it not transferred by a bite at all, needing specifically to be directly exposed, such as Gideon's needle gun? We do have another virus previously that I just haven't covered yet, which also isn't spread via a bite, but direct exposure. So I'm a bit more inclined to lean towards the side of that it isn't transferred by bite, but that exposure. But that could change as we get more clarification in the future. We just don't know for sure, so try not to question it too hard. Anyway, continuing the pursuit of Gideon, we see more and more infected he's leaving in his wake.
Get Wrenwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
We can stop to save some people if we wish and get some more points. Little note, how cool is the Requiem gun? I am emotionally attached to this gun. I'll explain it a little bit more later on. So popping just a ton of zombies, we continue through the streets pursuing Gideon.
Oh fuck. Let's make this quick. No, I lost them. Back to square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address. Leon? We're running out of time.
So big reveal. Leon is infected, but with what? Whatever it is, it doesn't look good, but for now, it's time to head back to Grace.
No! Oh, yes.
Poor Grace, she's already going through it and we just got here. Managing to get herself down, we find ourselves in a weird looking room. On a table nearby, we find a handwritten note saying, Progression notes. 2203 began blood extraction. 2205 checked pulse, no abnormalities. 2211 administered Dexafol. 2218 condition stable, ready for further examination. So a few things. We can see at the top of the note that we are in the chronic care center, the place Leon was just told about, and Grace was given Dexafol. Now there is a real world medicine called Dexafol with an A, which is an anti-inflammatory. I can't say for sure if Dexafol is meant to be the real world Dexafol, and there was just a translation error. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. Or this could just be a made-up thing for the Resident Evil world. It doesn't ever really come up again anyway. Well, currently anyway. So whatever you want to go with, it's fine. Either way, we should probably get out of here.
Where the hell am I?
Heading forward, we can see this place is incredibly dark. Now, a light flicker does happen here, and if you saw my Resi 4 video, you'd know I don't deal well with flashing lights and hate how almost every horror game thinks it's a requirement, so I'll just explain what happens. So entering the room, the light seems to not be working and it starts flickering. Heading further in, a glass bottle rolls towards our feet and we pick it up. If we try to go any further, we're told it's too dark and we can't see, so we turn around and head back towards the doorway, heading down the only other way forward. Being way too dark in this place, we hit this light switch. Towards the end of the hall, we can see a horse statue. Apparently, this statue jump scared a ton of people, which is hilarious if you ask me. It never got me, which is strange because most things do. It's the horse of horror, apparently. Walking up to it, skipping another light flicking, we come to a cherub door. Of course. It's locked. I fully thought the statue was going to move and be like a hidden stairwell or something behind it, but it never does. You can't look at this and tell me it doesn't look like a super hidden well stairwell. That's hard to say. Anyway, moving forward, we hear a noise behind us and find a door with a missing fuse box.
Dead.
Emergency protocol. That doesn't sound good. Immediately to our left is a table with a drawer and conveniently the cherub door key. Heading back to the cherub door, we can see that the lights have started swinging. Weird. Moving in, we can see what looks like a medical bedroom. In here, we find another glass bottle, a typewriter save location, a lighter, and a fuse. Of course, we need a tool to get it. Surely there's one somewhere. A sudden loud noise in a scary cramped hall. Surely nothing will happen. Heading down the hall, we find a room in full darkness. With the lighter, we can now enter it and find a ton of children's beds and toys. On the table is a book titled Shadow Ghost. It reads, "Have you seen the shadow ghost hiding in the dark? Have you seen the shadow ghost staying from the light? Have you seen the shadow ghost because she's been watching you? Stay in the light." Suddenly being able to turn on light switches seems a whole lot more eerie. Continuing to look around this room, we find children's drawings with crayons and a closet. A classic jump scare followed by a much needed note. It reads, "To staff, I have moved some items out of the closet. The screwdriver is now in a toolbox in the nurse's station." So we need to find the nurse's station. Heading back the way we originally went, now that we have a light, we can enter the staff-only area.
He's dead. Infected. What the hell was that thing?
Welcome to the girl. Just like the picture book says, she stays in the shadows, seemingly becoming injured when exposed to light. She retreats through these big holes in the ceiling where she can move between them, running through the ceiling. We can actually hear her sometimes going between them, so we know when it's safe to move forward. Now, usually after seeing a big enemy type, I explain them, but similarly to Nemesis, I'm going to explain her later on when we have a lot more context to avoid spoilers. For now, our goal is still that screwdriver, so we make our way back into that room that she chased us out of.
Oh my god.
Here we find bodies that were clearly killed quite violently and recently. We can also get some healing items, and then we spot a toolbox up high on the shelf. Needing something to climb on, we find this table. Now, if you move the table too fast, that happens. Any sound alerts the girl to where we are, and in here we only have one hiding spot.
No, not this way, not this way, not this way.
Well, that was close. So let's try again. Now here, if we go fast again, the bottles will tip. And that happens. Which will open the door for us, but we also have no hiding spot now. I recommend here, instead of holding the key to move, if you just tap it and keep tapping it, we move slow, but slow enough that nothing gets knocked off and she never enters this room. Way easier. We climb up, grab the toolbox, get the screwdriver, and head back into that hall. Now we can hear the chains on her rattling, giving us an idea of where she is so we can sneak around. Of course, she smashes through the door and chases us back into the light. But it's fine, we're in the light.
Please, no.
Unless she does that. If you retreat to the light too much, she goes up into the ceiling and rips the cables out. Fun. She can be a bit of a pain here, but using the glass bottles we've been collecting, we can lure her around to places and make a run for it when available. Working back into the fuse room, we can shut the door, pretending it helps, hit a quick save scum, and go get the fuse. Poor Grace, she's getting the Leon Kennedy treatment. And speaking of Leon, we cut back to him once more.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
Follow me, please.
Lead the way. So how long have you worked for, Dr. Gideon?
Not long. I just recently joined the team. We care for quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies developed by Dr. Gideon.
Experimental therapies.
Yes. It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Oh, I bet it does.
Again, ignore the band and the box, but heading into this large room, we find it's full of body bags. Not concerning at all.
Please, wait here.
Code 6, all staff initiate emergency protocols.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown. Doctor.
I think I want a second opinion.
And the terrible jokes begin. So infected start pouring into the room and getting up from the beds. But thankfully for us, we can equip big-ass weapons in this.
Nice.
We clear out the infected and take a chainsaw to the door and force a way out. So obviously, quick note, that Code 6 announcement. So this tells us what Leon's doing here is happening at the same time as Grace somewhere else in the building. And if you want to play Requiem later on, I've noticed the zombie AI will always usually prioritize picking up the chainsaw over attacking Leon. So on Insanity runs, I use the chainsaw as zombie bait and just pop them all in the same spot. It's very handy when these things can almost one-shot you. But for now, we continue forward past even more body bags. Now here was a Mr. Racoon with the words "Hunt us, break us" written on the note. In most Resident Evils we have collectibles of some kind. Resi 9 has the Mr. Racoon similarly to the 2 and 3 remakes. Of course, they don't respawn once you've broken them, and at this point I've already 100% of the game, I think, besides Insanity at this point, because I promised I'd stream it, and I did. It's now 100% done, but I think that was it. So just pretend that there's a Mr. Racoon here. Anyway,
That bastard did it again. How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
so heading into the next room, it looks suspiciously like the one Grace just tried to escape to.
Come on, come on!
Hey, over here. You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI. What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave. What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace.
What do you
He
mean?
grabbed you for a reason.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
You're sure?
You might need it. Now go. Get out of here.
She won't get away, you know.
Dr. Gideon.
So nice to finally meet you, Leon. Why don't we have a little talk?
Too slow.
I see you're exhibiting symptoms, too. Umbrella's curse.
I'll be fine. I hope.
So Leon has been grabbed by Dr. Gideon, but thankfully he managed to give Grace Requiem before they separated. But, and I feel like it's important to mention this, since I've got infinite ammo on, you can't tell, but Leon hands her Requiem with a single bullet. Just one. It's been memed to hell and back that he gave her this incredibly powerful gun, but only a single bullet. Thanks, Leon. Also, while filming the gameplay, I was incredibly sick with RSV. I was suffocating just sitting there. I think I spent around a month in bed, if not longer. It's been a month afterwards and my lungs still hurt. So if my shot's bad, don't bully me. I'll cry. So normally Requiem bullets are incredibly hard to find or craft. The whole point of Grace's segments is you're meant to stealth the majority of enemies and be selective who you use ammo against. For my own sanity, I just figured it was easier to be running with the infinite ammo, and because I was really sick, I just thought it was the better choice, so it's fine. So for now, we want to leave this damn place, but of course, the way out is locked with some weird keys. The indentations say sun, moon, and star.
This looks like it leads outside.
Now, I believe the use of sun, moon, star keys is a reference to RE1, where our main keys through the mansions were sun, moon, and star crests. The main difference is RE1 also used the wind crest. Maybe we'll see the wind one come back in a DLC or something. This game is full of little nods to the original titles, and I genuinely loved it so much. So to get outside, we need to find the crests. Looking around, all other doors are locked with no way out besides a familiar cherub door. So entering, we are greeted with our first safe room. Around the room are antique coins we collect for later and a ton of medical data alongside an item box. We can also pick up some herbs and make our way towards the red glow at the back of the room. But before we enter, on the coffee table is a care center pamphlet. It reads, Director Victor Gideon, Transforming Lives Through Medicine. Chairman Mitchell Bennett. Lead Researcher Anthony Richardson. Security Manager Luke Clark. Dignity of the Moon. Trust of the Sun. Serenity of the Stars. We are partners. And interesting enough, the chairman, lead researcher, and security manager all have a symbol above them symbolizing one of the keys to the door we're looking for. Interesting. I also love how evil looking Gideon looks here, and just no one questioned it. Okay. Finally, before heading into the back room, we see a whiteboard with something scrawled on it. It reads, Medication Room. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted past this point. In the case of irregularities, contact the lead researcher. In emergencies, and suddenly it cuts off. So into the medication room we go.
Oh, God. What on earth? Who's there? Is someone there? Oh, I'm sorry if I surprised you. Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you? Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
Stay away from that!
Are you alright?
Get away!
No, hold on. I'm sorry. What is happening here?
So a few things. We now have the West Wing keycard and a flashlight from the man on the ground. Inspecting him says his skin was gouged by something sharp. So someone or something killed him. Conveniently enough, there is a large hole in the ceiling, just like the ones we saw moments ago. Here we also see a second room, an empty room, both of which are locked with the level 3 security, so this girl must be important. In the empty room is also where Mr. Racoon is, pretend it's where Mr. Racoon is, and a doll. We will be looking at them later. So we need to find the sun, moon, star keys and a level 3 access. For now, we have the West Wing keys, so we begin by heading in that direction. We are met with dark, eerie halls and weirdly locked rooms all around. Moving forward, we can hear a rhythmic banging. Welcome to the chef. Even from here, we can see he is massive and clearly not okay. We can also see in his hand is a massive knife. At this point, we're only meant to have one bullet, so we need to stealth this. But this massive pot is in the way. Here, we need to take a few moments pushing it out of the way without getting seen. Just don't get stuck on this massive hitbox this corner has for some reason. Usually, as he says, next is when he plans to move, so using that, we can get past quite easily. Stepping into the dark, we can hear even more enemies. At this point, we're surrounded. Down the hall is a number of items we can collect or get later. Heading back into the bathroom, we see this cleaner, and in the way of our only path forward, we can see another zombie obsessing over the light switch. Around this whole area is a number of light switches. So obviously with him saying lights out, we can turn on a number of switches to lead him around the place to empty the hallways. With the way forward cleared now, we can head forward through these big double doors. Here we stumble across a feast and a woman singing on the balcony. If you exist on the internet, I'm sure you've seen her already. The fandom is obsessed. I'll explain her properly later on. For now, we can see a handgun on the ground. A B934 is said to be the care center's primary self-defense weapon. So now we have a handgun with no bullets, but a handgun regardless. Moving forward, the ones on the table don't notice us, but this fellow does. We can easily back out, use a knife, or just shoot him. Thankfully, the ones on the table are far too busy feasting to even notice. So we continue forward. We can come to this little side room, grab a ton of stuff. Of course, with such a limited inventory, this is starting to feel a lot like Resi 1. Here, we can also see a door needing a level 1 pass, so this confirms that there's going to be passes around here, probably giving us level 1, 2, and finally 3. Continuing on, we can see a shadow on the stairways blocking our way forward. If we choose to shoot him, we can see how much of an ammo sponge these zombies really are. So it's not always the best choice to shoot unless we really have to. Before heading up the stairs, we can find this weird door with a wheel. Of course, it snaps off, so we need to find another way to get into this room later on. Heading upstairs, we cautiously press forward and find these buckets of blood, reminiscent of the piles of blood in the rooms previously. We also grab a map, find a Resi Classic, a locked door, so our only way forward is towards the singing lady we saw earlier. Entering the bar, we can find her singing and twirling around the room, but she's not alone. A number of zombies are in this room, so it's best to sneak past. I can't help myself but to grab this coin, which presses the piano, so we skedaddle out of here for a moment, making sure to close the door behind us. We'll come back to that room later, don't worry. So here we find a cupboard with a warped door, which we'll come back to later on as well. In this hall, we can also find a model of the care center showing how big this place really is. And in the room behind us, we can see a coat stained with blood. In the pocket is a ripped piece of paper with the words, "I have to get the hell out of here." But the whole building's locked down. I need to ask the chairman to get his quartz for me. I just heard another scream. My colleagues are killing each other. What the fuck is going on? So this shows us that the staff weren't aware of what was about to happen here, but most importantly, it mentioned the chairman having a quartz that's needed to get out of here. Putting context clues together, it has to be one of the keys for the door, more than likely the moon one as was pictured with him on the pamphlet. So being careful in this room as we can anger the zombies in the bar from here, turning around conveniently we see a door labelled Chairman's Office. Entering, it's incredibly dark, but we can hear the unmistakable noise of a zombie. On a table immediately in front of us, we find a notebook with a page ripped out, but it says there are indents from writing. Turning around on a table behind us, we can find a unicorn trinket box. Opening it, we find a red jewel that's the perfect shape for the unicorn door downstairs just before the kitchen. But before we deal with that, we need to see if the chairman has the key. Moving forward through the door, we find these two. Now they're, compromising position, I'm pretty sure isn't meant to look the way it looks, but it's very funny. So the man has one hand on her neck strangling her, which I assume is meant to be like aggressive moves killing her, but it just anyway. We move forward to kill him, or you can just miss. I don't want to talk about it. Know that I was laughing at the absurd position with the "you're fired," which made me start coughing into suffocating. I was really sick. Anyway, using Requiem, Grace finally takes her first shot with it.
Oh, what the fuck?
And geez, is it gory. Requiem will completely annihilate standard zombies that are shot with it, leaving behind just an insane mess. Clearly not what Grace was expecting. Looking around the room now safely, we can find some ammo and a pencil. Obviously, we use that pencil on the note to reveal what was previously written. Moon, sun, star, moon. In the corner is this puzzle box looking thing with keys matching the symbols. So inputting that moon, sun, star, moon, it opens, giving us our first quartz. 1 down, 2 to go. Before heading to the door, there's a few notes in here. We can find a copy of an email to a manager. It reads, "Subject personnel change from Mitchell Bennett. The new hire showed promise at the dinner meeting last month. Have his clearance bumped up to a level and get him set up to work on the project. Set the current researcher to processing while you're at it." So one employee replaced the other and the old one was sent to processing. Interesting. Finally, in the chairman's office, in the trash, we can find a crumpled up note reading, "Note to the chairman. I suspect we will receive a visit from the DSO shortly. I want you to enact Code 6 at 23:30. I've achieved my goal and no longer have any need of this place. V." Obviously being Victor. So Victor knew a DSO agent, Leon, would turn up and basically sacrificed everyone in here. Wild. A question I have though is, did the chairman know that Code 6 would involve everyone getting infected, himself included? Given the note earlier, the standard staff didn't know, but I'm inclined to think that the top 3 also weren't aware. Well, for now, we have a door to open, so we head forward before running into another zombie in the hall. Of course, Requiem makes easy work of them and we can unlock this top door. So now we have a shortcut back up into the bar instead of having to go all the way through the kitchen.
I hate this place. What if I can't get out?
It's not that bad, Grace. It's a bit confusing at the start, but once you play through once, you realize how small this place is. It does, however, feel incredibly reminiscent of the mansion in RE1, but severely scaled down. But I love it. It's making me want an RE1 remake in the RE engine. It's hard to say. Capcom, I am begging, RE1 remake. When? I know we've already got one, I want another one. I'm being greedy. So for now, we can put our first key and begin looking for the others.
Perfect fit. Yes, I need 2 more.
Here as well, if we head back to the girl who's locked in the room, we can get an additional cutscene that a lot of people miss.
Hey. Are you alright?
You're the lady from before.
Yeah. This is, you're, Did anyone hurt you?
Because I can't see?
Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
It's not my fault. The doctors gave us both medicine. It made our eyes go bad.
So there was someone in there? There's another bed in this,
My friend, Marie. One day she just disappeared.
I'm sorry.
When it happened, I was happy it wasn't me. Is that bad?
I'm just gonna keep looking around.
So this confirms the obvious, that this little girl was being experimented on, and that's why she has cataracts at her age. It also confirms there was another person in the other room, Marie. Very cool little thing here too, the book she's reading has been confirmed to be the book from the opening of Resident Evil 8, The Village of Shadows. This user on the Resident Evil Reddit took some of the braille we can see her reading, and it's a direct line from the same book. I know we haven't got to the Resi 8 video yet, it's coming, it's just a fun little reference to 8 in Requiem, and there is still quite a few more. So the only way forward right now is that ruby jewel, which opens that door before the kitchen. So heading back that way, we cautiously wank our way through the hall, knowing the chef is probably still around here somewhere.
Shit! Weird. How do people normally get in here?
Which, good question, Grace. It's definitely one of those things that was meant to be a secret room. So in here, we can find a number of items to be exchanged for those antique coins we were finding. Of course, we buy the hip pouch immediately to get some more inventory space. And in the others, we can find a blood collector capacity increase, a max health upgrade, and a stabilizer, which gives better gun handling and firepower, which is very useful for Requiem. All very useful items. We'll keep an eye out for more coins, and we can collect a few while in here. Additionally, we can find a zombie on the floor over here who's a jump scare waiting to happen, so we shoot him first. And we can see his arm lying on the ground. Picking up the arm, we find a key card to the east wing. Additionally, we can see a roulette table here. If we shoot a number and the roulette lands on it, we receive a coin. But interestingly enough, it always lands on 7, 15, or 29. Now, we don't know why it's these numbers in particular, but it could easily be a date. The 15th of July 2029. Perhaps a release date of another game coming out. If we really want to get conspiracy theory rabbit hole, if this is a date, the connecting reference here could be that it's a roulette table. Code Veronica has been rumored to be remade for years, and the fandom's been asking for it for just as long. Now, there is a section in Code Veronica where we're in a casino bar with an almost identical roulette table. To add even more to the Code V theories, next to the roulette table is a cart with a number of bottles on it. Sphere Hunter noticed that there's a suspicious bottle labeled Avanico. If we push the letters one letter to the left, it spells Veronica. Incredibly suspicious. Anyway, hi, Editing Sui here. Code Veronica Remake literally got announced like an hour ago. We have the keycard to gain access to the other side of the care center now, so we quickly move away from the chef and head into the other half. In here, it's incredibly dark and eerie. Heading to the left, we find ourselves in a medical room of some kind with some friends. Ignoring the guy on the table for a second, we can see on the bench is a hemolytic injector. It's described as a special drug that destroys infected blood cells, preventing corpses from mutating, and can be used to stealthily take out enemies. Well, now is as good of a time of any to take out this guy before he sees us.
That's too effective.
Gross. But unfortunately for us, we only have one, so we use good old Requiem for the other body that just got up. Looking at the aftermath of the injector, that thing is brutal and incredibly effective. Big fan. For now, we go back to the body in the other room. Looking at him, there's something glowing on his wrist under the shackle, and there's a massive hole in his chest where his organs are missing. Looking on the computer, it looks like he's missing his heart and lungs. So we need to find a heart and a set of lungs. Okay. Well, first off, we go finding even more buckets of blood and heading down the dark hall where we find yet another light switch guy. But ignore him for now and head into the blood lab. Here we find some more resources, and in front of us on the bench is a blood collector. It's described as an analytic device that collects blood, which can be altered to craft other items.
This might be useful.
So that's what all those blood buckets were for and how we craft in this game. Directly next to the bench is some blood specimens too. It reads that analyzing them will allow us to craft handgun ammo and those injectors, both incredibly useful. So we need to keep an eye out for things that look like these blood collectors, because the more we get, the more things we can craft. So we chuck it in the analysis machine next to the bench, and something of note on this machine is this number. G equals 150 million. Put a pin in that for now. So we do a little analysis game, bringing together all of the atoms, and now we can collect blood and turn it into ammo or injectors. Easy. Here we find a bucket of blood to start, another room needing a level 1 keycard, and a note on the table that reads, Blood Compound Synthesis. The custom blood collector that Dr. Richardson ordered has finally arrived. To be honest, I was skeptical at first, but I'm genuinely impressed by its effectiveness. Combining infected blood with our experimental substances has been such a challenge for us, but this device makes it so easy. This is sure to improve the efficiency of our blood research and speed up analysis for further mutation patterns. Well, thank you, Dr. Richardson, because this will be incredibly useful. Armed now with the blood collector, we head back into the hall and remove the light switch guy, collecting his blood and turning on the light just to be a jerk. Entering this strongly red-lit room, we can see at the end is a level 2 clearance room heading into the isolation ward. So we can't go that way yet, so down this other hall we go. Here we are greeted with just a ton of zombies. Thankfully, Requiem can take out a number of them at once if we be a little bit patient, earning us an achievement as well. Here we can see we can use an injector on the downed zombies. But with how useful the injectors are, we don't really want to use that, so just put a pin in that for now. Collecting a ton more blood, we can go into this next room. A cleaner is on the floor trying to mop up the blood, having a bit of a breakdown. And girl, same. Now at this point, I hadn't seen any of the cleaners do that like backbend move, and it scared the shit out of me if you couldn't tell by me forgetting to reload. Anyway, there's one more zombie in this room. Now this is the headache zombie, one of the most useful zombies in the game. Any noise results in him just freaking out, and he can and will kill anything that makes noise. And I mean anything. Keep a pin in that. If you have a lot of resources and don't need his help later on, killing him, he will always drop a transfusion bag, which is also super handy. I love this guy. He's useful, dead, and alive. Big fan. In the back of this room, we can find a note about safe replacements. So we know there's a total of 3 around the place, and then this one is open so we can grab a few more coins and head back into that hall. So here we come to a large staircase. Of course, a Mr. Racoon used to be here, and a case for Leon, just pretending those aren't there. So grab an antique coin, and here in my fever-induced delirium, I forgot that walking through a lot of blood Grace leaves footsteps, so I was delighted to learn that twice. Anyway, with no other options direction-wise, we begin to head up these stairs. At the top, we find a map, and we see a body at the end of the hall with something glowing on it. Before heading down, we head into this room next to us and thankfully find no zombies and a save location. This room has a ton of resources scattered around, so we grab a bunch, make a few injectors, and head into the lead researcher's office, the sun guy. So heading to his desk, we can find a photo of him holding a quartz with a puzzle box, and in the background we can see the last 2 inputs, moon and sun. Also on the desk is a photo of him with the chairman holding his quartz, and finally another photo nearby with the rest of the puzzle box combo in the background, sun and star. So heading to the puzzle box, we can see it's locked shut with a padlock.
Locked tight.
For my secretary, I've misplaced the key for my puzzle box padlock. None of the other executives must find out. I need you to locate it discreetly before next week's meeting. If you can't find it, get the corrosive from the conference room and melt the locker off. Okay, so conference room we go. Since we just got the map, we know that's past the body on the floor with the glowing item on it. Now real quick, the assumption is the body on the ground here is the lead researcher, mainly for how he's dressed, but also the fact that he's got a wristband. I don't believe that we ever find a zombie that looks like him around this place, and this guy has, well, no head, so we can't tell for sure. So, could be him, could not be him, but if you're wondering what happened to him, going with the assumption, this is him. And well, we need his wristband, so time to yoink it.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Welcome to Chunk, or Thomas. Yes, given the human features, this once was a person. We find some things explaining Chunk later on, so explained how a person turned into Chunk a little later on. For now, we need to keep him from decimating us, and we need to get past him into that back room. So we wait till he goes back and run down the stairs into this room. As we've seen, doorways are too big for Chunk to get through, but he can grab us through them, so we need to be a little careful. Now, remember how I said the headache zombie can and will kill everything that makes noise? If you keep him alive to this point, he will one-shot Chunk. Currently, it's still in the game, and we're all really hoping it doesn't get patched out because it's hilarious. So without him, Chunk will roam the halls and continuously be in the way, or we can just deal with him and get him out of the way now, also getting an achievement for it. We can again use the headache zombie, or we can drop a few Requiem shots, or what is usually the best method considering Requiem shots is scarce, if you lead him into this hall where it's hard for him to turn around, stabbing him 3 times with an injector eventually results in him popping.
What the fuck?
Well, now that Chug's been dealt with, we can go back up into the hall to get the corrosive. On the way, we find some safe codes and we can start to hear singing. There's a second singing zombie. Great. Heading into this room, we deal with her nice and quick, and then we find out the room is full of zombies. But with trusty Requiem, we deal with them all pretty quick. In the room with the singing lady, we can find some patient medical records. It reads, Martin L. Case, symptoms auditory sensitivity. Following an experiment with an overdose on Sopreval, the subject started to have auditory hallucinations and become aggressive and difficult to control. The subject exhibits erratic behavior when exposed to loud noises. So that's our headache zombie, Martin. Next is Eileen Zimmerson. Symptoms of persistent vocalization and wandering. The surgical removal of some of the cranial nerves resulted in a type of histrionic personality disorder that can only be described as main character syndrome. The patient continues to wander around the care center singing. And finally, Selena Corey, also with the symptoms of persisting vocalization and wandering. Her symptoms are more pronounced than Zimmerson's. She often puts on a performance in the West Wing bar and lounge as if she's competing with her rival. So that's our 2 singing zombies. The one we just decimated is Eileen Zimmerson, and the one in the bar that everyone's in love with is Selena Corey. I really like these 2. I just wish Eileen got as much love as Selena did. Anyway, next to the file is the bottle of corrosive that we needed for that lock. So ignore the box for Leon and head back towards the puzzle box.
Miss Ashcroft, come in. I won't harm you. I was just looking for Dr. Richardson.
Why did you kidnap me?
Kidnap you? I liberated you.
Who are you?
Oh, forgive me. Dr. Victor Gideon. I run this center. It took forever to find you. You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique. Through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
Why me?
Oh, Because my master made you who you are. Ah. Phase 2's about to begin. Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
Grace! Wait! Grace! Grace! Grace!
There's no escaping your destiny.
Gideon's "I won't hurt you." Eerie. And Grace's tactic, making it look like she ran? 10 out of 10. Final girl energy. So a few questions. What is Elpis? Who is his master? And what is phase 2?
What the fuck does he mean, destiny?
Well, for now, we have a lock to melt. We input the codes we got from the photos: star, sun, moon, sun, and inside we find the sun quartz and a leather-bound note. Opening the book, we find the instructions on how to open an organ transport box, remembering we are looking for some lungs and a heart. And finally, Master Spencer's research, as in Oswell E. Spencer, as in one of the founders of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals and the CEO/president for its entire existence. Gideon's master is that Spencer. I want you to know how excited I was reading his name. It's been far too long without an Umbrella presence in Resi. Very exciting stuff. So it reads, mutated T-virus strain. Herein documents a theory that uses the T-virus to control memories and will. This research shall serve as a guiding light for all of humanity. In rare instances, repeated mutations of the T-virus can trigger an abnormal reaction in an infected individual's body, leading to changes in their blood. The mutated strains of the T-virus will likely sweep the world, and total eradication will be impossible. Those infected by the mutated T-virus strain firmly retain their infected habits and characteristics. Blood transformation. Within this lies the key to humanity's evolution. And the file ends here. Very exciting learning more about Spencer and knowing Gideon is compiling and continuing Spencer's research. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, so Requiem hasn't been out for a long time yet, so there is a chance there's still a ton of hidden things we have yet to discover, though throughout all of the remakes and including Requiem, when we're done with an item, it gets a tick in the bottom, or when like you've passed the area that you can use it, it gets a tick. Currently in Requiem, there are 2 items that we can take with us that never get a tick, this notebook included. It's possible it's just never meant to be used anywhere, but why is it a physical item then? None of the other notes we can carry. I've gone all through this game trying to find a place to put it, and I haven't figured out if it can actually go anywhere, so why do we pick it up, and why does it never get a tick? There is a second one later on too that I'll show you when we're at it, but it's just something to think about. Perhaps we've missed something. Like, it could be a fun little thing for us to keep working on, or it could be absolutely nothing. Another secret got data mined and people were pissed about it. I'll get into that later on too. And those data miners said they found more things, but because everyone was angry at them, they were going to keep it to themselves. So maybe that's got to do with this notebook. I've got no idea, it's just a bit weird. But for now, we'll just take the book with us and we'll put the quartz in the door and keep moving on. So we just have one more to get the hell out of here. Here as well, since we now have the level 1 wristband, we can go into all of these extra rooms and get some more stuff. It's mostly resources, we just need to be a bit careful of the zombies still roaming around. Speaking of resources too, the chef here can also be taken out like Chunk with an injector and he drops the pantry key. In here is a ton of resources. There's heaps of blood, scrap, and Requiem bullets. This is the best room when you're playing normally and you don't have infinite ammo, so it is worth using an injector to kill the chef. While we're on this half of the care center, we're gonna put all of our coins in for some upgrades and we're gonna head to this level 1 locked gate. Here we clear the way, unlock the door, and find another safe room. Now we don't need to run all the way back to save. Finally. Quick inventory management, and on the table here we find a wrench. Remember the door with the wheel that broke off? This is the perfect shape for a tool to be used as a handle. Perfect. Before heading back that way, we run into a poster on the wall saying, due to aging infrastructure, construction on the garage will be carried out during the following dates. October 21st to 28th. Do not enter work area unless authorized. And how dare a poster tell me what not to do? So we head straight in. This area is super empty. Sus. But lucky enough for us, there's a delivery truck at the back end carrying an organ transplant box. Easy. And sus. Before heading back, we quickly grab some more resources and make our way forward.
What the fuck?
They did warn us, I suppose.
Give me a fucking break.
Climbing over the truck, and now that it's broken the garage doors, we can grab some more resources before heading back. Since we already have the note explaining how to open the box, we crack that open real quick and get some artificial lungs. Now for the heart. Heading back, we clear out some more zombies. God, she's freaky the way she freezes. And we make our way back to the wheel. Welcome to the blister heads. Now, if you've played the RE1 remake, reminder, I have a video. If you haven't, you probably lost your mind seeing these things the way I did. They are very reminiscent to the Crimson Heads in the RE1 remake. Again, this whole place feels like the mansion and I love it. I'm praying for that remake. Now, if you don't know what a Crimson Head is, in the 2002 RE1 remake, if we killed a zombie and left the body, after some time, it would essentially get back up. But now it would be a further mutated zombie, the Crimson Head. They were faster, had more health, and did a lot more damage. So you have to kill them, again, wasting more resources. It was a pain. The main way to stop them was making sure to destroy the head or lighting them on fire, of which resources to do both were extremely limited. Similarly to the Crimson Head, the blister heads can reanimate if the head of a zombie isn't destroyed, or if the body isn't destroyed with injectors. That's why earlier we had the option to use the injector to make sure that the zombie couldn't turn later on. Of course, Requiem will pop a head easily, but the handgun doesn't. So blister heads can be a real problem if you're playing without infinite ammo, as you primarily use the handgun. And these things are fast. When they start running around the place, getting another headshot is a bit tough. I love that they brought back the Crimson Heads in a way. So at this point, the blister heads can and will be a possibility. They can be a pain, but we have Requiem, so it's fine. So heading back to the wheel door, we now have the tool to be able to get in here, and the heart we needed is right there. There's also a ton of resources, which is nice, so grab all that, and while we're on this side, we're going to go up to these stairs into the offices. Now there's a few notes in here. To begin with, we get a safe code, and at the back corner of the room, we find a background check. It reads, Subject Grace Ashcroft, period of observation, September 9th to 16th, 2026. Detective M.D. Birdie, RGT Detective Agency. Summary of investigation. Employed at the FBI Midwest Field Office. Lives alone close to her office. Goes home late, often after midnight. Spends her free time at home. No confirmed contact with others. Findings. It's difficult to get close as the target rarely leaves the FBI Midwest Field Office area. If you want to make contact without raising suspicion, it would be best to do so when she's away from home. A more detailed report and several photographs will be sent at a later date. Poor Grace. It seems after her mother died, she just continued on really just by herself. And then we had Alyssa's journal earlier saying she has trouble making friends. My poor girl. But we need to continue on. So here we find a Mr. Racoon spot. We unlock this door leading back to the bar. Of course, Selena's out there doing her thing, so we're gonna finish up in the offices first. Heading into the records room, we can hear some zombies inside. Just two of them, which is easy, the headache guy and a normal employee. We take them out, so grabbing all of the stuff in here is just a bit easier. So we grab a ton of resources and find another note. It reads, Disposal Team Report. Assignment, Evidence Erasure. Report date, October 20th, 2018, 6:42 a.m. A retrieval mission was conducted shortly after 1:30 a.m. at the Wrenwood Hotel. We were dispatched soon after to dispose of any evidence. All witnesses at the hotel have already been taken care of. The body of the assassin that was sent was also destroyed. We had a stroke of luck with that fire. As they say, the best place to hide a leaf is in a forest. This incident will likely be ruled as an act of arson and homicide by some nutcase. Any evidence linking us to the scene is gone. So this all confirms what we already really knew, that these guys were behind the whole incident that killed Alyssa. One thing that I really wish happened here is I wish we got more of a reaction from Grace upon reading both them doing a background check on her and this note here about the assassin. Like, we get a lot of input from her throughout the game for other things, which I guess we could say that she goes silent out of shock, which is, you know, it's fine, but maybe something a little more here would have been a little better. Anyway, we have some zombies to clear, so RIP Miss Selena. And fun fact, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but when she's attacking the player, sometimes she does a little heart. I think it could be entirely unintentional, but I think it's cute, and I'm going to pretend it's on purpose. But rip Selena, because we need to get into the bar area. Here we also take out her friends, and this room is full of resources. We also have the safe, of which we got the combo not too long ago, giving us a ton of antique coins, and we find Grace's handgun.
Wait, this is mine.
I do not know why it's here. It's one of those many unanswered questions we still have. Anyway, we have a ton of coins for upgrades if we want, a spare gun, and me getting jump scared by a zombie. We still have some side rooms to clear. Now that we have this wristband, we can get into a good bunch of them. First, this one in the waiting room, which gives us med injectables and Requiem bullet crafting, and then finally this side room in the blood lab. Heading in, we find some more crafting specimens, but also this note on the table. It reads, November 30th, 2004. My master's research has come to fruition, and that child, she must be the final piece of the puzzle. I need to get my hands on the child's data. I'm sure this will bring me closer to his vision. December 8th, 2004. The organization was able to get me the child's medical records. It was lacking in certain areas, but it did have her genetic information. I can use this. Now, for timeline's sake, this note was written in November 2004. Resi 4 takes place somewhere from September to November in 2004, and Requiem takes place in 2026. So 22 years. This is a very old journal entry showing just how long Gideon has been focused on Spencer's research. Wild. But for now, we have some organs to go put back in that body. So heading back to it, we replace the missing organs, and well...
Of course it gets up.
So here as well, since he has a bag on his head, if you don't have the ammunition to deal with him, you can just sneak away and he eventually just suffocates and goes down himself, which is, it's handy. It just takes a little bit. Regardless, with him taken care of, we now have the level 2 band, meaning we can finally head into this section through the isolation ward. And this place just screams, I'm going to get swarmed in here, aren't I? Great. Ignoring the feeling, we head into this room and we find a note titled Double Mutation. It reads, there have been a number of cases where corpses infected with the mutated T virus strain have exhibited rapid tissue regeneration and sudden violent behavior. Analysis of the enlarged tumor that forms on the head of these patients revealed a sudden change in red cell patterns consistent with the pattern found in urine tests. This additional mutation is considered a side effect of the mutated T virus strain. We have named those with double mutation symptoms blister heads. In rare cases, the tumor was observed to spread from head to toe across the entire body. If the abscesses covering these individuals burst, the fluids that expel will induce double mutation in nearby infected. Hemolytic poison is proven effective at preventing double mutation. Otherwise, the head must be completely destroyed. Always exercise extreme caution when handling infected corpses. So this note explains the blister heads a little bit further, but most importantly, it talks about a rarer variant we haven't seen yet. Ones where the tumor spreads across the whole body, and if the abscesses burst, they spread the double infection to nearby infected. So best we keep an eye out for ones like that. Next to the note, we find another one titled Nurse's Log. It reads, September 3rd. As part of the doctor's orders, from today I will take part in monitoring the progress of Subject 171. She is emotionless and unsettling. This assignment fills me with unease. September 10th. Subject 171 is blind and requires a lot of assistance. I felt sorry for her and tried to offer her some comfort by stroking her hair, but as always received no reaction. Such an unnerving child. I just want to go home and shower. September 24th. For some reason, the security manager joined me today. He asked Subject 171 2 or 3 questions about blood, but of course a child wouldn't know how to respond. What a strange man. An unnerving blind child, And speaking of security manager, his office is immediately next to us. Entering, we find him, of course, dead. There is blood all over his desk and a notebook. Folding back the page, it shows the drawn code.
This must be it.
Star, star, moon, sun. Just like the other two, he has the box behind him in his office, but the engravings have been scratched out and only Braille is left.
I can't tell which button's which. Braille. These girls, they look just like... You're the one that locked her up.
gonna borrow this. I bet she can read that.
So finally, we have the level 3 wristband, and most importantly, we see a photo of two girls together looking identical. Before we can speculate any further, we hear a ton of zombies come out of the isolation rooms and begin to head into the main area. Of course, we can't have that, so they all get to meet Requiem. Before opening the little girl's room, we'll open the other one first. In here is a Mr. Racoon, but most importantly, the doll. Now remember this doll. But first, let's go open that other room.
Hey. Why did they put you in there? I don't know. I've always been here.
Do you mind if I come in?
I don't mind.
Sorry. I'm with the police.
Police?
Yes. I'd like you to come with me.
Why?
I'm Grace. What's your name?
Emily?
Emily. You like reading?
Yeah.
Do you think you could read something for me? Please, I really need your help.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you there. There are steps. How about I carry you?
What do you want me to read?
There's some buttons with Braille on them. Can you read them and then push the buttons in this order? Star, star, moon, sun.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you.
We finally know her name. Emily. This little duo is so cute. So while carrying Emily, there isn't really a whole lot that we can do because we're carrying her. So we can sit her down on the sofa while we go clear out zombies to make a safe path for her, or finishing anything else around the place. Since everything's already cleared, we're just gonna head straight in with her.
We're close now.
Well, it was clear till that happened, so I'll just wait here and let him pass. It's fine. He can live. For now. Anyway, carrying on with hopefully no more blister heads, we can make it safely into the security manager's office.
Thank God. Here it is. You think you can read it?
I can try.
It's like a giant puzzle box. Stay here, Emily. You handle this. I'll, handle that.
You know that sinking feeling from earlier, knowing we were gonna get swarmed? Well, yeah. Something I've noticed, the zombies love to vault this window, so standing near it, they always tend to prioritize it. So if we stand back here, they either go through the door or take the window and we can just camp here pretty well. Obviously, we try to go for headshots, or we then go deal with the bodies so they don't turn into blister heads. Normally, you can use the curtains here to stealth around and it makes it a bit easier to deal with them, but It's fine, we have Requiem, again. So we just stand around till Emily's done.
Grace? I did it!
I'm here. I'm here.
I found this.
Well done, Emily. Thank you.
Emily?
I thought that thing was dead. This is all my fault. I can't just leave her.
The way she came in Nemesis style jump scared the hell out of me. But for now, we've spent a lot of time with Grace, so we swapped to Leon to see what he's up to post getting choked out by Gideon.
Why are you here? Is it for me? Or for her? We can talk. Right. Or we can begin your treatment.
A silent treatment, I hope.
You're an investigator, right? We'll investigate. What do you want to know? Is this where I conduct my research? The answers to your disease here.
You know, I do have a question. When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
You are an ignorant fool. Do you believe in human evolution? I have devoted my life to studying it, while you have devoted your life to failure. You're a dead man walking.
Hey, can you hear me?
Leon, I've been trying to reach you.
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you go to ask for it?
The floor plan? Yeah, sending it now.
I had to talk with Victor. He is batshit crazy. Gonna make my way to his office.
Is it just me, or was Gideon super interested in Leon? Like, the hairbrush, the neck touch, the "are you here for me?" Or her? I see you, Gideon.
I'm glad that FBI agent got away.
FBI?
Yeah. Grace Ashcroft. Victor kidnapped her.
What? Why?
I don't know. But I intend to find out.
Again, ignore the box, so we just head forward the only way we can, collecting a ton of resources along the way, and we come across this note, titled Safety Suppression Medical Records. Subject Thomas K. Jackson. Symptoms irregular eating patterns. After a surgical procedure to suppress the satiety center of the brain, the subject experienced an increase in appetite and weight gain. He began to ingest everything he could get his hands on, including infusion pumps and pacemakers. Subject Timothy B. Jackson. Symptoms irregular eating patterns. Exhibits the same symptoms as his brother, with a particularly strong fixation on human flesh. Must be treated with extreme caution as he becomes violently agitated, if not constantly eating. So obviously this is about Chunk, so now we know why they became what they did. After an experiment removing part of the brain, they just continued to consume and consume literally everything, including medical equipment. So we've met Thomas as Grace, but the note mentions his brother, Timothy. With the big difference, Timothy had a strong fixation on human flesh. So now with that thought in the back of our head, we head forward. Well, speak of the devil. Given he looks like Chunk and is chewing away on a guy, it's safe to say this is Timothy. So fight time. This room is a big square, and we can use the smaller doorways to our advantage with him getting stuck in them. The shotty is probably our best friend here, where we can just lay into him. Though being a little careful, he can and will break the doorways if he beats on them enough. But breaking the doorway, he also breaks the walls where we can get some more resources. All in all, he's honestly pretty easy to take down, which is nice. A little tougher in insanity mode, but it's really not too rough.
Sorry, but I'm not on the menu.
So we spend a second grabbing some stuff, and then we head forward. Here we come across the wardrobes. Prying this open, we find the basement safe code. So if you remember, we saw a few of these through the care center as Grace. So now we know that they're meant for Leon to rip open. Easy. And speaking of care center, this is a familiar room. Earlier I said as Grace, we're really meant to stealth it around, and then you're meant to come in as Leon and absolutely decimate all the zombies in here. But we've really sort of killed everything, so we're gonna run around quickly, just grabbing a ton of resources, mostly from the Leon-only wardrobes and all of those wristbands. So after getting some stuff, we're looking for Gideon's office.
His office should be upstairs.
So heading up these stairs, we come across this fellow, and a door that only Leon can pry open, so this must be the way forward.
What a fucking shame.
Heading in, it's just a bloodbath. Numerous bodies litter the room, headless, with the words, "Burst their heads if you want to survive," written on the floor. Now, I don't know who wrote this or who took out all of these zombies. A lot of people think it's Gideon, which maybe, but we don't know for certain. Why would he leave that note? I'm hoping in the upcoming DLC we might get to see specifically what went on in here, because I've got no clue. So if you think you know, let me know. And speaking of bursting heads, yay! Blister heads. Once more, I think the rifle is absolutely OP in a Resi game. I don't remember much of filming this because I was so sick, but I remember this area feeling like I was going to pass away because I was so fever-ridden playing this spot. So looking around, we find a hidden lever and of course pull it, and the door opens. slowly. So we need to survive while the door is opening. Now, as Leon, we can pick up these weapons from the floor and throw them. Very fun, but the shotty can handle all of it pretty well.
Well, that's my cardio for the week.
With the door open, we find an elevator and find our way into Victor's private office.
Pretty sure I found Victor's private office.
Nice work. Lock it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bingo. I have the IP address. Just give me a minute. And... I'm in.
Okay, hit me. Sherry, you're killing me.
I found some information about our illness. Our symptoms confirm a T-virus infection.
Oh, fuck. Well, hey, at least we're in it together, right? All right, what do we got? Elpis. Grace. What's she got to do with this?
So if you didn't know, big reveal, the person Leon is talking to this whole time is Sherry, as in Sherry Birkin, the little girl from RE2. If you don't know who she is, I highly recommend watching my RE2 video. Also confirmed is that they're both sick with a T-virus infection. The page Sherry found reads, Report on Racoon City Syndrome. The report outlines the current research on the latest onset T-virus syndrome, henceforth referred to as Racoon City Syndrome. Racoon City Syndrome occurs when residual T-virus within the body mutates over a prolonged period of time. I have yet to find an effective treatment, and when it manifests, the results are fatal. Racoon City Syndrome appears to develop through the following stages. Stage 0, dormant. The virus... Sorry. Stage 0, dormant. The virus lies primarily dormant within the host due to the presence of specific antibodies. As the virus is not completely suppressed, it begins to build an immunity to the antibodies over time. Stage 1, activation. The virus becomes active and black bruise-like marks begin to appear on parts of the body. Mild symptoms such as general malaise and coughing occur. Stage 2, development. The black marks spread further across the body, coupled with numbness in the affected areas. The marks extend to the internal organs, sometimes leading to hematemesis. Which, if you don't know, hematemesis is when someone vomits either like bright red or coffee ground like blood. Usually it's blood from the esophagus or the stomach, and it's really not good. Then finally, we have stage 3. The black marks darken and spread across the entire body. Severe pain and intense fatigue make moving difficult. Vomiting of blood becomes uncontrollable. Patients at this stage typically die within 1 or 2 hours. So really not good. Both Leon and Sherry have this, and they're both around stage 1 as they've got the virus active with the black marks. They're hiding with gloves. So with that worry in the back of our heads, we leave Leon and head back to Grace down in the basement.
Hang on, Emily. I'm coming.
Down here, it's extremely dark, and remember, we followed the girl down here, whose weakness is light, so not good for us. Almost immediately, we come across a body with a note titled, Staff Member's Last Words. It reads, Everyone's dead. The plan went to shit. I'm the only one left in this godforsaken place. I tried to escape, but what's the point? I can still see my colleagues being eaten alive, like an endless loop over and over in my head. Let it stop. Please. Looking around here, we can see a number of locked doors with power logos on them and what looks like a slot for something. Interesting.
Why is this under the hospital?
Heading further in, we are still in mostly darkness with the occasional corpse on the ground. Heading further down, we can finally see some proper light in a room down the hall. Heading in the room, we see a ton of security cameras of what looks like cells. And in one of the cells, we can see Emily.
Is that Emily?
So we know she's down here somewhere. Before we go looking, there's a note right next to us titled Operation Eliminate the Girl. It says, "To all employees, the girl is currently occupying the basement. We plan to corner her by taking advantage of the subject's intolerance to light and will place high-intensity ultraviolet lamps throughout the area. Once this is complete, we will begin the operation to eliminate the subject. Prepare your weapons and be on standby." So they were aware of the girl and brought some high-intensity lights around the place that we can use as well. So let's go find Emily. Heading through, there's a number of zombies around. Thankfully, the girl doesn't seem bothered by noise in this early part, so we can pop a few heads and make sure they don't turn into blister heads. Popping some more, we can see this slightly more lit room.
Collects things.
It collects dolls. So following the cable, it leads down to this box down at the end. So to unlock the cell, we need to insert 3 joint plugs, and handy enough, someone's drawn exactly where to find them.
You can do this.
Taking this initial one, it seems my Requiem shots did annoy her a bit, so hiding around in the dark from her is the key here. If we aren't able to make it to the light, then the red lights are usually a power spot that we can put the joint plug in, so we wait for her to turn her back before heading to this first one. So inserting the joint plugs turns on the power, so once we're in the light, we're fully safe, so we can grab some stuff, grab this Mr. Racoon, and find this note, saying Technician's Note. Taking the toolbox to the boiler room for repairs. The quality of blood the laboratory receives has gone downhill. We've been notified from above to take immediate action. Looks like some problem during the separation process is to blame. Going to do some work on it. So a toolbox is in the boiler room. Got it. Here we can also see a vault marked by some handy yellow paint and what looks like a flimsy gate, so this could be a possible escape route if we need it. For now, there isn't much we can do here, so we head back to that central room, taking note of these big drains. These are spots she can drop out of, just like the holes in the ceiling earlier, so knowing where she can drop is helpful. Powering this main spot here brings a big light right in the middle, which is very useful and unlocks this door. We pop the zombie on the way in so he can't turn, and we come in here to find another one who's just freaking out. Thankfully, this room is fully lit so we can pop him with not a whole lot of stress. So here we find another joint plug, but the way forward is blocked with this forklift which needs a key, which we don't have. So just noting that for now, we head into this side room. Here we find a security note titled Security Guards Report. It reads, the 12 subjects we were provided with confirmed infected and reduced the blood at the processing area. We'll be able to increase the turnover rate even more thanks to the increased stock from our supply chain. We've already started processing today's edition. So a few things. The processing area is reducing people, albeit infected people, but still people, to just blood. And remember that note earlier saying to replace an employee with a better one and the old one was to be sent to processing? I doubt they meant to work at processing. I mean, a bucket of blood can't spill secrets, is all I'm saying. And most disturbingly, the increased stock from a supply chain? Who's the supply chain and how much do they have? Cooked. Anyway, here we find the safe, which we got the combo from Leon earlier. Don't ask how Grace would know the combo if only Leon found it. Video game logic. For now, we grab this plug and head through this little crawl space. Of course, we find a friend, but our friend has a friend. So that's how this gate opens. So now we have a second way out of that room if we super need it. Since this room is central, we'll leave the plug here for now since it's a good spot to run to and we'll go back the way we first came. Putting this plug in, we can see this room is now electrified, which isn't good for us. Looking across the water, we can see that toolbox that it was talking about, so we need to find a different way in without turning the power on. That's when we find this gap in the fence and this box. So if we make it over there, we can have the power off and we can safely get in. For now, we head into this little side room first, pop this guy, get the Molotov recipe, we'll need that for later. And in here is a ton of bodies which we can collect heaps of blood for crafting. We also find some ammo, and Mr. Racoon, and some resources. So back to that electrified room. We start by taking out the plug to remove the power and head back to that very first door we found when we first dropped down here. So now we can power it on. Pushing the crate out of the way, we head into the room without getting electrocuted, which is nice. So we beeline getting some more blood, getting the wrench, and get out of here. I'm sure you knew she was about to drop in. Usually a glass bottle works, but never mind. But it's fine, I've played enough Dead by Daylight. Squeezing through the fence, we quickly make it back to safety.
Barely made it.
Grace has no faith in my looping skills. I'm sure you knew she was going to drop in there. Usually a glass bottle works, but never mind. Now armed with the tool, we have one way we haven't gone yet. And of course, she drops in once more just to be a pain. Anyway, back to where we were going. Unfortunately, we need to take away our safety net. Heading into the left room, we shoot this guy, forgetting entirely that it aggroes the girl, but a Requiem shot will stun her and make her retreat. So if we're in a pickle, we can handle it, or you can panic like me and quickly use the tool and put the plugs in, forgetting you're completely safe because she's retreating. Oops. Anyway, now we can head this way. Unfortunately for us, the way forward is this incredibly unstable looking bridge, which of course collapses. So now the way forward is this, through the fan. the way I held my breath the first time, but it's fine. Thankfully, we make it through both fans without them turning on and head up the ladder. Here we find a massive pool of blood.
The smell.
Gross. We also find another plug and another forklift like in the other room, but thankfully this guy here has the key, so we can deal with this one immediately. Heading in, we find two of my favorite things, a map and some more inventory space. And we also find this sign, processing tank. Turning the valve on the other side will drain the water. Yeah, water. So here, taking the plug turns off the power and locks us in. So using context clues, we need to get to the other side to drain it, probably via the path of the other forklift, so we start to head back. Of course, not without another jump scare from the girl, but we can quickly scamper back to the light. So here we need to juggle the plugs a little bit. We take these two, needing to put one back at our central safety net just in time, and head back towards the first forklift. Of course, the girl is getting annoyed with us hiding in the dark, and she rips the cables. She's a bit of a pain here, especially since it's so dark, but we have Requiem. A little pop and she goes away. Easy. You can use a glass bottle to lure her away and turn the lights on, or you can also use a Molotov to stun her, but it's fine. Requiem works. So, light back on, we turn on the forklift and head in to this awful place.
Oh my god.
So this dial changes the directions they all go. We need to use the gaps to wedge our way through. Of course, a few friends drop in along the way. Classic Resi puzzle, we open new ways forward and need to change the direction they go through to keep going. But eventually, we make it to the end of the room and head up the ramp.
Stay calm, Grace.
So now we're on the correct side to drain the pool, but wait. We're gonna sit here for around 20 minutes or so and really let the pool fill up with bodies. I'll explain later. So 20 minutes later, we have lots of body soup. Let's drain this thing. Now, I'm sure one look at this, most of you went, I know exactly what's going to happen here. Yeah.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No!
Sticking to this back wall is the key. A number of zombies will get up, but we need as many as possible to die to the grinder, so this part can be a bit tricky. The best plan is to keep the handgun and pop the legs. I forgot the handgun and I didn't want Requiem to kill them, so I just tanked most of it since I have so much healing on me anyway. Thankfully, it doesn't last long and we can get out of here.
Processing complete.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God.
No, I don't think I have the footage, but when I was going through achievements, when I came to this spot, right as I was about to pop one, it reached out and went, no, don't. It full rattled me, full made me hesitate, and Grace died. I kind of understand Marvin hesitating with Brad now. It's real eerie how they act sometimes. I really like that they kept like a little bit of human function. It's... Anyway, we have a leftover Molotov, so we can give him a good sizzle and take the last plug.
Last one.
Heading back, the only way through is once more through a giant fan blade.
I got in my mouth.
Oh, not the mouth. Nasty. So here we can leave or we can finish processing the blood. Flipping the switch, we can hear a ton of blood being collected. Now we know enough bodies were processed if it says a ton of blood flowed out. Otherwise it'll say lots of blood. We specifically want the words a ton. Again, I'll explain that later. Thankfully, an elevator is here, sending us back up, so now we have access to all 3 plugs. So now we can make our way to collect them all. First we deal with this jerk. And when coming back to get this one, we can hear the girl in the ceiling waiting. Ooh, she's smart. Just have your gun loaded, and don't ask me how she missed the grab on me there. I also don't know. Anyway, we head back to the cell switch with all 3 plugs to finally save Emily. So real quick before we run off, heading back into the cell, which will result in us getting bit by a zombie for losing those precious 2 seconds. Anyway, here we find a doll. The same doll as the one in the empty room as earlier, but this one has Marie written on the foot. Remember, Emily said the girl in the other room was her friend Marie? I'm sure most of you put the context clues together already, but if you've just got me on in the background for sound and you're not really paying too close attention, don't worry, I'll make it crystal clear when we get a little bit more context soon. And thank you for having the video on in the background, I appreciate it. So since our arms are full with Emily, we can't take the doll with us, and we need to run. Of course, I take a bite here for losing those few seconds, but it's fine, and we beeline to the elevator.
Come on. Come on. It's just putting you down. Are you hurt? No. I'm okay. That's good. Good, Emily.
Safety. Yay. And Emily's so cute. I feel so maternal towards her.
What's going on?
I'm sure you all saw that coming, so we pry open the doors and get out of here before she rips our head off.
Hurry! Go!
Let's play.
I full on thought Grace lost her foot, hey. Like, I fully thought it was gone. I was thinking, like, how the hell is she not gonna bleed out? How are we going to escape with her missing a foot? How are we gonna do this? Capcom, you got me good. And also remember the words, let's play.
Grace? Grace? You okay? Yeah. How about you? You okay? Here, I kept this safe for you. Thank you. Let's go.
The hug between them is so cute. I love this little duo so much. So we get the last quotes from Emily, and here we can take the severed hand with us with the description. It's still a little warm. Okay, sure.
Hey, Emily. Do you maybe want to leave with me? It's not safe here.
Okay.
Good. That's good.
So here we're gonna put Emily down so we can put a save that we're not going to resave over. So in Requiem, there was one final puzzle, and a number of the steps are things that we have to do here and now, but we can come back to this save later to do them. It's a whole thing and it's a little confusing, so I'm going to go over it all the way at the end when we have more context and we know more of the areas. So we'll come back to it, don't stress. For now, we need to get Emily out of here.
Finally. We made it. We did it.
This courtyard is so RE1-like. The music, the style, it's incredible.
Emily? Are you alright? Emily?
I don't know.
Well, let's just... we need to keep moving, okay? Emily?
Okay.
For now, heading towards the helipad sounds pretty good to me.
Oh my god.
Hey! Stay right there!
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around?
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
I know.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me. It's in there. I'd go myself, but I can't outrun those things, not with this leg.
Are you lying to me?
What? Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Look, lady, we're out of options here. How much longer you think any of us can survive?
Can I go back to my room now? It's not safe.
Hey, we can help each other. I'll protect her. If you get the key, I'll keep her safe. I promise.
It's a deal. Come on. I got you. Ready? No. Come on. Gotta strap you in. Oh, I'm Grace, by the way. This is Emily.
Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
No problem.
I'll be right back. Mm-hmm.
Alright, so with Emily and Harry waiting for us, let's go find the key to get the hell out of here. Entering this little side house, it looks weirdly cozy. On the dresser next to the entrance, we can find a visitor's record. It reads, September 14th, 2026, time in 5:10 p.m, time out 6:35 p.m, name Z, purpose project review with Victor Gideon. Notes, patient status, preliminary research findings. So someone listed as Z is working on a project with Gideon. Good to know.
Please, just let it be in here.
Heading further in, we find an office in the back. It has a ton of old things on display. Old microscopes, old syringes, antiques. There's also a black and white photo on the wall listed as the founder's commemoration, a photo of the day the care center was founded. And displayed are also old lab jackets. This whole place feels almost like a shrine. On the dresser, we can interact with this bottle of wine. Now, if you haven't played Resident Evil 8, the Dimitrescu family produce wine, Maiden's Blood. However, this one isn't a normal wine bottle as we can twist it to reveal a double helix model. Just a fun little Easter egg for Resi 8. On the desk in this room too, we can find a sand timer. So we can unscrew the sides, and if we tip it, the sand actually moves. Waiting long enough, we can see a code on one side. U equals 380,000. Now, similarly to the leather notebook from earlier, we can take this item with us, and so far it never gets that tick on it, just like the notebook. Do they both have a spot to go to? And if so, where? Because why can we unscrew it and take it with us? Because we can just get the code by twisting it. We don't need to take it with us. I don't know. For now, there is a note on the table here for us to read too. It says, note regarding research results. Your presentation was quite impressive. While we are pleased to hear the experiment progress to phase 4, it is far from the results we expected. It has been more than 20 years since the establishment of this care center. We require clear results. As an added precaution, we have requested the blockade to be extended to 2040. It is imperative we obtain Elpis before that deadline. So once more, we're hearing about Elpis. What is it, and why do these people need it so bad? For now, we have one final thing in this room. Interacting with this box, it gives us a little contraption. And here, you're able to try and put the sand timer in. Why even give this an animation if it's not meant to go somewhere else, right? Am I insane, or is it just weird? I'm sure this sand dial goes somewhere, I just don't know where. But for now, obviously, we put in the double helix and the room begins to descend like one giant elevator.
Ooh.
Eventually, we reach the bottom and we head forward into an underground waiting room of some kind. Down here, we can see more antique photos and a ton of biochemical books written by Gideon. On a desk nearby, we can find the second installment of Spencer's research, Memory Transfer, Oswell E. Spencer. Humanity suffers the drive and experience of our most exceptional leaders is lost. The ultimate way to preserve such greatness is to transfer those memories to a new vessel. Just as fruit flies have the potential to pass on certain memories to their offspring through their genes, so too can the memories of a human donor be passed on to a recipient. The question we now face is how we harness this incredible potential. The answer lies in the medium of memory blood. Cells within the blood contain multitudes of information, including factors tied to memory. Thus, since the T-virus grants us control over factors within the blood, it can be hypothesized that harnessing those same elements will allow us to transfer memories from superior individuals. However, for such a procedure to succeed, the host must be able to withstand the toxicity of the mutated T-virus strain while preserving their own intelligence. Sourcing viable subjects will be the key to future research and testing. So Spencer was trying to find a way to transfer memories into new hosts. Now, before someone hits me with the "this is not a new thing," yes. Within this series, we have already explored transferring one's memories or consciousness into a new host. It's just in a game I haven't covered yet, and I don't want to talk too much on it because it's spoilers, obviously, so yes, I know. I'm hoping Capcom will kind of circle back to that game if we're going down that route of research. We've already done this within a different game, and I think that one is incredibly underrated, and I just really hope it doesn't get forgotten about. You know, the ever-growing Capcom Basement, never to be spoken about again. The cruel Carlosless world, if you will. We'll see. So, memory transfer through blood. You're starting to understand why there's so much focus of blood within this game. I also believe this is why Grace has a Lady D outfit instead of an Alyssa outfit. Still should have had an Alyssa outfit, but... So heading down the stairs, here we walk into the most umbrella-looking experimental lab I've ever seen.
What the hell?
Numerous bodies are in tubes strapped down with a massive blood-filled sphere on the ceiling with something being extracted out in front of it. There are monitoring systems everywhere and the walls are lined with gas tanks designed for emergency disposal use. This place is cooked. So heading through, we can find this gurney with a file on top. It reads a Subject 170 record. Extracted a 2.3 milliliter sample from the 524.3 liters of blood collected from the 115 infected, administered to Marie, henceforth registered as Subject 170. Subject 170 exhibited increased physical resilience, but failed to fulfill the goal of the experiment. The subject showed signs of mental instability before escaping, confirmed for immediate disposal. So this mentions Emily's friend Marie and that she was injected with blood samples, mutated, and escaped. If you haven't put the pieces together, Marie is the girl. All the signs are there. The same hair as Emily, similar dress, she never hurts Emily. And the part that hurts my heart a bit, when she gets burnt by the light, you can hear her scream. And you can hear undertones of what sounds like a little girl scream. Poor Marie. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can really do for her now, so the best we can do is get Emily out of here, but we still need to find that helicopter key. We can't go through this exit, so we go up these stairs towards development and a private lab. On the way there, we find one of the gas canisters on the ground, followed by a ton of blood, showing us that we can use the canisters to explode the infected, similarly to the injectors. Very handy if you're low on ammo. Continuing on, we find more and more experimental equipment, and on a desk right before the lab we find a report titled Grace Ashcroft Blood Analysis Report. Here are the results of the comprehensive blood analysis you requested. The genetic information matches that specific data perfectly. Below is a ton of genetic information showing each is a match, followed by C equals 4.2 Ly. Now remember, Gideon mentioned earlier that in 2004 he managed to get the genetic information on that child through some mysterious organization. And he did take samples of Grace's blood all the way back at the beginning. I think it's fair to say Grace is the child he was looking for to finish Spencer's research, with the two pieces of information he has matching perfectly. Interestingly, and again, Grace just has no reaction to reading this. Okay. So finally in the private lab, we can see a ton of computer screens and a table covered in blood. I assume someone was experimenting on a body here. It went wrong. They got chased to the other end of the room where they used the gas to pop the infected. I really enjoy environmental storytelling. Anyway, helicopter key. So it's right here on the desk, so let's yoink that and get out of here.
Found you.
Of course, the doors are locked, but thankfully, for once, the way to unlock them is immediately right here. Unlocking that room, we walk right in.
Yes, Zeno, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first, I must initiate the protocol. I've done it. I've done it. I've done it.
Oh no.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff will be evacuated. The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff will be The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff, please evacuate.
The way he laughs and then just locks in is so damn funny to me. I love Gideon so much. He also said the name Zeno, so it's safe to say the Z person that we had the meeting earlier with is the one in the same. But enough of that. Classic Resi, the self-destruct sequence. Time to get the hell out of here.
I repeat, all staff, please evacuate.
Taking a shortcut back to the room, it's gone.
Where's the room? What the hell?
All personnel, dispose of specimens and evacuate.
But we did see that exit earlier, so we need to loop all the way around, but of course, all the infected are free. Here, we can use the gas if we need to, or we can just shoot. Now, we don't really need to rush here. Unlike most of the self-destruct sequences in this series, we aren't actually on a countdown for once. So if you want, you can clear the room fully to make sure we don't get bitten, or we can just leg it, whatever you prefer. The big exit door is now open, so we can run through into another experiment room.
Oh, shit.
That is so much blood, and Grace is just drenched in it. So here we start getting a ton of blister heads, so moving on is a good idea. The slip right into it at the end.
Why does this shit keep happening? I made it.
So now, drenched in blood, we can finally get back to the helicopter.
You get it?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Grace? Grace, what's happening? It's okay, Emily. I'm here.
Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Oh, come on!
What's it look like I'm doing? No shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off! Get off me! Get the fuck off me!
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
It was a nice plan while it lasted. So our pilot is dead by tree impalement and Emily is heavily injured. Emily at the start saying she was alright back there by herself. She's so brave. Love her. So we've spent quite a bit of time with Grace, so it's time to swap back to Leon, who spots a struggling helicopter.
Elpis. Grace. What's she got to do with this? Hello, gorgeous.
Come on, Emily. Shit.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble.
Leon saying hello gorgeous towards a rifle feels so me-coded. He gets me.
Sherry, Grace is still here.
The FBI agent.
Yeah. Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to this somehow.
So Grace has managed to escape the helicopter carrying injured Emily, but they're getting surrounded by infected. This is my favorite section, and I'm sure you can tell why.
Is she okay?
No. I've got it covered.
So Grace flees to the back of the building and we need to cover her. She will get surrounded by infected from all sides, so we need to keep them off her and Emily. Now be careful of the explosive barrel too. You can get Grace killed if you shoot it when she's nearby.
Evening service.
Interestingly enough here too, we find a second chef, meaning there's been two lurking around this whole time. But Grace is in the building, so it's time to follow suit.
All right. Excuse me.
That's my favorite Leon joke in this whole thing. It's just something in the way he goes, "Excuse me." So thankfully for us, there's really not a lot of infected between us and Grace, so we can head straight in following her and Emily.
Stay with me.
Grace,
Leon!
who is she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. We're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go.
Oh.
Hey, just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go! Now! I'll keep our friends busy.
Now remember way back that note talking about the rarer blister heads who have the numerous growths and will mutate others around if they're popped? Welcome to such blister head. Thankfully, we have levels in here so we can keep a bit of distance. Avoiding it mutating others is really difficult, so I find it's best just to pop a few while a bunch of them are already mutated, since they can't, like, triple mutate. Of course, we have some explosives around, but we need to be careful near windows as more zombies will come in and jump us. It's pretty simple. Once we pop all the growths, the big boy finally dies, and we can follow Grace and swap back to her and Emily.
I'll get you out, Emily. There's gotta be a way to get to the surface.
It's not a resi game if you don't end up in a weird sewer-looking water plant area at some point, and unfortunately for Emily, it's probably the worst place to be if you have a life-threatening injury.
I'm sorry, I know it hurts. I'm so sorry. Dead end. Can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay,
Of course, we aren't alone. Marie has continued to pursue us here, and it's finally time to deal with her for good. Before heading in, there's a note on the bench. It reads, Roof Hatch Manual. The roof hatch is operated by the panel outside the storage bay. Troubleshooting. If power supply errors persist, you must restart the 3 power distribution units in the lower area. This should reactivate the control panel and allow you to operate the hatch. A roof hatch? Where have I heard that before? Now here quickly, you can see what I mean by the ticks. The hand and the hourglass both have ticks on them, symbolizing that we're done with it. Like we can't use it anymore because we've passed the area. Which, yes, is true for the hand, but what about the hourglass? So it has that code on it, yes, which is used in that previous spot that I'll come back to, but the other 2/3 of the code are just written down. They aren't an object we can take with us. So why can we take the hourglass? Why do we unscrew it? And the leather-bound journal never gets this tick on it. Ever. To test it, I've kept it in my inventory all the way through runs to see. So why can we take it with us at all? Surely there has to be some extra things we haven't found. That or Capcom just wants to send me insane. Anyway, enough about ticks and secrets. We have Marie to deal with. So we can see a number of lights around the room we can turn on, but it's only temporary.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
Trying to open the hatch, we can see, just as mentioned in the note, having power supply issues, we need to go reset the units. Nearby is an elevator we can drop down, and we soon hear Marie. This whole area down here is extremely dark, and she's searching for us. Thankfully, she's on a little bit of a walk cycle, so we can tell roughly where she's going to go. So there are 3 units down here in total marked by the red lights. Now Marie will drop in on us when we get close to them. Thankfully, again, a Requiem shot will keep her busy while we turn them on, so we can turn on the power and be in safe spots.
Two to go.
Of course, they all can't be as simple as turning a lever, so one of them has to be missing.
No lever. There has to be one somewhere.
Thankfully, it's nearby. Just remember to load your gun.
Give me a break.
You're really meant to do this whole area like stealthily sneaking around, but it's fine. One more left, we head to the back of the room. We can hear Marie running through the ceiling, planning to drop it in. Now, this is the only one that if we're going stealthy, we need to stun Marie.
Why is it so stiff?
This gives Grace enough time to force the handle.
Power has been successfully restored.
This should open the hatch. I need to hurry.
With the power back on, we head up the elevator and go up to the hatch.
We're getting out of here. Get out of the fucking way.
Here, Marie follows suit, so we stun her once more, and if you need some extra safety, you can turn on a lamp, but quickly enough, we open the roof hatch and let the rising morning sun take her down for good.
Finally.
Now, if you've watched my other videos, this whole roof hatch segment is a homage to the RE0 fight. So much of this game is a love letter to 1, 0, 2, and 3, which is all I ever wanted from this game. Again, if you haven't played those games and you don't really want to and you just want someone to explain them to you exactly like this, I've got videos on each of those already. For now, we need to head back to Emily.
Emily, please be okay. Emily, it's me. Emily? Oh no! Wake up! Come on! Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, Emily! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, come on, Emily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wake up, Emily! Come on! Dirty. Come on! Emily! I failed you. Emily. Hi. It's me. I'm right here. You okay? You okay?
So a few things. It's really here that we remember Emily is an experiment. In the past, all of our tyrant variants were all seemingly dead, and then they over-mutated in an attempt at revival. And if you'll notice, Emily has the heart on the outside, similarly to the tyrants. It's also a bit difficult trying to take down Emily here because Leon is forcing a bit of aim control. I'll add on to that later on.
I wanted to save her!
You don't understand.
No, I never would have escaped without her. This is all my fault. Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we're still alive. We have to keep going.
No.
Grace.
I also believe here is where Leon starts seeing himself, the rookie cop, in Grace. Someone who was desperate to help and crushed when they can't do anything about it. Emily to Grace is how Marvin was to Leon, especially saying the words, "Trust me, I get it." He truly does understand how she feels right now. And here is where we start getting into the really cool stuff.
Elpis is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
I've been waiting for you, Grace.
Who are you?
Racoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
Racoon City. The levels of excitement that went through my body hearing those words again. It's been almost 30 years and we're finally going to see it again.
Hey, checking in.
Good timing. Did you find anything on Elpis?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher clearance.
I requested one, and I was told to shut down the investigation.
What? Why?
orders from on high.
Look, we don't need you taking a hit for this. I'll just go it alone.
We're in this together. Till the end. I've always been good at working in the shadows.
Just don't do anything too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
I'm gonna find Grace. She definitely has something to do with Elpis.
So, a few things. How cool is it to see Raccoon City again? The crater, the destruction, big fan. And we also see how bad Sherry's infection is getting. We see her taking oxycodone, which tells us she's in a lot of pain from it. With her too being told to shut down the investigation from the higher ups, it's showing us that there's still deep-rooted levels of corruption. Also, hilariously, we can still see Leon's original Jeep from the beginning of RE2 at the service station. Just some fun little details. He made sure not to stop there this time.
All the road's gone. Gonna have to find another way around.
All right. I'll leave that to you. I think I found a clue as to where they might be. Some coordinates on Victor's computer.
Got it, thanks.
Right in the center of Raccoon City.
Oh, how cool is it? I think they got the vibe perfect. It's almost 3 in the morning, and this is the only time that I can film this, so you're getting glasses, sweet now. What do you think? Heading in, we can immediately see a newspaper from the Raccoon City Times. It's dated September 30th, so to place it timeline-wise, it's the same day Leon and Claire escaped, Jill is still unconscious, and it's 2 days before the bomb dropped. On the front page, we can read, "Riots erupted in the center of Raccoon City around noon yesterday, and the city remains in chaos. The riots are spreading with large crowds and untold damage now making its way towards the suburbs." Then the article reads, "Evacuate immediately. If you are in Raccoon City, I urge you to evacuate now. Leave if you can. If you cannot evacuate, go to the police station, the nearest public facility, wherever you can. Take any weapon you have and hide in the nearest sturdy building. This will probably be the last paper we will publish. I am the last Raccoon City Times reporter. Thank you, dear readers, for all your support over the years. I urge you once more, run. Find somewhere safe. Survive." I'm assuming the only way they got this paper out is because this area is on the edge of the city, and I'm assuming where they also get produced is also out here, and the infection took a little bit. There's plenty of holes in the thinking there, but it's fine. It's Resident Evil. We gotta just pretend it works. Again, pretend the box isn't here, and on the other side of the street is tons of missing photos, including one with "Have you seen my son?" written on it. Now, I'm sure it's unrelated and they could just look alike, but do you remember the guy whose organs we had to replace? It's not a perfect one-to-one because he's not smiling in the other photo and the hair's a little bit different, but they look really alike, right? But given how much time has passed since Raccoon City falling, it's more than likely just a coincidence, but if the care center was experimenting on infected, could they be experimenting from Raccoon City infected? It's got holes in it, of course it does, but it's incredibly interesting, but it's just strange that they look so alike. Anyway.
It's like time stopped here.
If not for Umbrella, it could have just been a normal city.
Yeah. Now it's nothing but ash and memories.
Heading forward, we can enter some of these buildings and get some more resources and a Mr. Racoon before heading into the hotel. Now remember this hotel. I'll come back to it. Before leaving, we can find a little pink kitty note paper. On it is a message from a daughter to her mother. It reads, Meryl to Mummy. Good morning, sleepyhead. Don't get mad at me, but I decided I'll go get Daddy myself. I'm bored of staying inside. Those people won't let us out even when we say pretty please. But it's okay, I'm small, I can sneak through the fence. I'll look at the gas station first. Daddy really likes the candy there. Maybe he stopped to buy some. I love you, Mummy. See you soon. Meryl. Yeah, that's not good that a little girl ran towards the hotspot. But she was heading towards a gas station, so we'll keep an eye out. For now, there's only one way forward, so we're going to continue deeper heading into the city. That's when we come across this area covered in webs. Now, given all of the giant spider webs, this is where the big spider fight is about to happen, and I know a lot of people have arachnophobia, sometimes really serious arachnophobia. I've timestamped down below where you can skip forward to avoid it. I'll give you a few extra seconds. What the fuck? Talking about spiders, I thought I just touched one, but I just touched a cable. It's fine. Alright, that should be long enough. Now, real quick, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, that whole scene felt very familiar. I, for one, wasn't expecting to see a Lord of the Rings reference, but sure, both Frodo and Leon know how us Australians feel during spider season. Which is... now. Now, I usually relocate spiders, but sometimes they're too big, meaning they've lived long enough, and this is one of those cases. Now, Leon has my trusty favorite gun once more, so let's find this thing. This area isn't ideal to fight since the hallways are too tight, so here we just need to keep making distance till we find somewhere better. Heading up higher, we can clear paths by destroying all the webs, and we find baby spiders. Great. Time to smush them all and probably piss off the mother spider. Heading on up further, we find this floor more open than the rest. Here we can fight.
You're a real pest, you know that.
Guess I gotta
squash you. Where are you?
This area has a few levels and a big loop we can continue to go around, so we just wait for it to reappear. Here, she will try to lay more babies so we have more enemies to deal with, so we don't give her a chance and keep laying shots into her.
Haven't you had enough? I don't have time for pest. Our Raccoon City hospitality.
Big ol' spider dead. And yes, I said dead, not that it went down. It doesn't get back up. Or am I lying? Well, now we're in the underground train section. We can see here evidence that people tried to survive down here with mattresses on the ground. We don't stay down here long and we make our way back to the surface.
Okay, Sherry. I've hit the barricade. Looks like someone else was here first, and they were planning on busting their way in. No way around?
The Army Corps of Engineers erected it to seal the city. It goes on for miles.
Guess the only way in is through then.
So the center was sealed off to contain the city, which, fair enough. But if you ask me, this bomb doesn't look like it's been here for very long. So let's keep looking around. Quickly too, see this billboard? It's advertising the Raccoon City Zoo. Now, which game does the zoo show up in? Outbreak. Specifically the Wild Things scenario where we go through the zoo in an attempt to reach the tram to get to an evacuation site. Might be good to mention it here too, but Rhodes Hill Care Center? Resi 9 isn't our first time hearing about it. In Outbreak 2, we can see a sign during the Underbelly scenario showing signage pointing to the direction of Rhodes Hill. With all the references through the RE3 remake and then all of the stuff in Requiem, including Alyssa, and we aren't done with the Outbreak references yet, Capcom is driving me insane by not remaking it already. Please. Anyway, heading further down the street, we find an abandoned camp.
Whose camp is this?
The BSAA. Now, if you've only watched my videos, you won't know what the BSAA is, so let me explain. These guys are a big deal. So after everything that happens from 1 to 3, majority of our characters come back together to form the BSAA, the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance. They are an international counter-bioterrorism paramilitary which was founded by several people, but notably Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine. There's a lot to it and there's a lot of politics, as originally they really had no power in the space. Then there was this whole jurisdiction thing and that goes on, then there's funding problems, and then we have a ton of different teams all over the world. There's heaps to it and a lot of that's not important right now. We'll get to it as we get through the games. The main thing is it's an anti-bioterrorism group which is now heavily associated with Chris, mostly with him being the captain. We see a ton of the BSAA in the other games, so you'll learn a lot about them in the next few videos as I eventually make my way through. For now, we find what looks like an abandoned BSAA camp that looks like it was left very suddenly.
Sure, there's an old BSAA camp here. Place is trashed. Looks like they left in a hurry.
What were the BSAA doing in Raccoon City?
Interesting.
What is it?
The computer's not locked. And they were also headed to the center of Raccoon City.
Interesting, too. That reminds me. I dug a little deeper in the Pentagon's database, and I noticed something's missing.
What's that?
There's no record of anyone ordering the missile strike on Raccoon City.
Well, if not them, then who?
Leon triggered the alarm. It looks like your campaign to make the DSO stand down really didn't work, Zeno.
I'll leave this matter to you, then.
So if the Pentagon didn't order the strike, who did? And this confirms that this man in the suit is Zeno, the one that Gideon's been in contact with. And he was the one who was behind telling the DSO to stand down, which Sherry ignored. So if he's a part of the corruption, who is he? And who is he working for? But for now, we need to find a way through that wall. In a tent here, we find an order sheet. It says for the detonator, we need 3 parts. A signal receiver at the east point, a distributor at the midpoint, and a relay at the west point, along with handy photos and locations on the map. And just for reference, here is how our full map looks. So you can see how far out Rhodes Hill is to show why it wasn't affected by the RC outbreak, and you can see how far on the city we are, showing how big that wall really is. So let's go grab those parts. First, we grab some resources, and everything around us is either inaccessible or locked, so the only way forward is through this building connected to the camp. We find some more stuff, and entering this room at the back...
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
That's a good point. We haven't seen any infected bodies yet, and this place was overrun. Well, found them. But the problem is, they're infected. The bomb was meant to kill all of the infected, so why are they still around? We can tell that these bodies are old just by looks alone, so they aren't new ones that continue to spread, so why are they here? So many questions, but for now, we shoot down crates to help us forward and run into some more old friends. The rest of this section is just shooting away forward, taking out more old zombies. Finally, we make our way through, and I just really like looking at the aftermath of the city. Can you tell? So here we find the Cedarbrook Apartments key, so we now have a new way forward back at the camp.
Bad news, Sherry. This place is overrun with zombies.
What? That's impossible. They should have all been wiped out by the missile.
Yeah, they should have.
Here we can snipe a few zombies early just to make life a little easier later on, and we head on up. We can see these buildings connect to a zip line, but the gate has no power. To add to the list, we need gasoline to power it. Taking the other route up, we end up on the top of the roof.
Sherry, found the distributor. 2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
Another BSAA camp. That should have the signal receiver. Relay's over there, huh? That should be a fun trip. Got the location for those parts. Going to collect them now.
Okay. I'll look into the BSAA in the meantime.
So 1 out of 3 parts got with the locations of the rest, including where we can get some gas for that gate. We snipe a few zombies just for a few points with a sneaky Mr. Racoon and head on down. For now, we have the Cedarbrook apartment key, so we head that way first, grabbing some more resources on the way, hinted by yellow straps instead of yellow paint. I won't lie, I kinda love the yellow straps, they really fit well into the environment. Like, the paint was fine, I had no issue with it, but I think I prefer the straps. Of course, this way is locked, so the only way forward is down, which of course is dark as hell, and of course, we can hear zombies. We can sneak up on them and get a brutal sneak attack, which is handy down here in the dark. We grab some more stuff and wind up at this flooded garage gate. Of course, the way out we need the fuses, and the fuses are missing, but we're given a little map of where the spares are kept. Now this next area, really no story happens, we just sneak around a ton of cars in the dark taking out zombies. The most important part is that we see these guys have homemade weapons now. Presumably they made them back when they were alive trying to fend off the zombies, so they are a little more dangerous than a good chunk of the rest we've seen so far. But easy enough, we make it through, we get to the room, we get the fuse, we pop some more, we make it back, we put the fuse in. Heading the other way, it's similar with some dark halls and some resources till we get to this large room. It's never a good sign when you see the autosave kick in. Seeing the fuse, we see we need to get through this area ahead to get over there. Here we find a wheel to progress forward and of course meet some friends. But pretty easy. However, once we turn the wheel we get a rare second Blisterborn, and we just killed 2 infected in here. If we be a little bit careful where we pop him, we can avoid him turning the other 2 into blisters, making this whole area a ton easier. The second area has even more zombies, so if we ran here with the Blisterborn, he would have made even more. This area can be a real death trap if you panic and aren't careful. But it's fine, they're all dead. Needing a bridge, we head back to the wheel and finish sending this section back to get across and up. Second fuse grabbed, we head back and open the garage gate. So before we head into the gas station, turning left, we can see a ton of BSAA soldiers on the ground who have been massacred.
Encountered 3 infected and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up. Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for Ark. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out!
a short fuse.
What are we doing here?
All in good time. You'll see.
They were massacred. Zeno is not a man to be messed with, and notable, the BSAA were also talking about Elpis. So not only are Gideon and Zeno after it, so are the BSAA. Here we get a container key to open those blue containers we keep running into, where we can get more guns and resources.
Send some footage your way, Sherry.
What the hell?
The guy at the end. White suit. Can you find anything on him?
Yeah, hold on. The database is coming up empty.
So there are ghosts involved with Elpis, too.
Well, for now, we need to get into the gas station. We head up, grab some stuff, and jump down. There's a few zombies on the outside here who we can pop pretty easily, and we head over to this tank. Here we can see we need a container, meaning there's fuel inside. Easy. Thankfully for once, the front door is open, so we head in, grab some resources, find some guys. Now this guy here, if you drop in from the roof, he jump scare grabs you. It's got me like 3 times now. Anyway, next to the zombie, we find another pink cat note from Meryl, remembering she came here looking for her father because he liked the candy here. This one reads, "Mummy, if you're reading this, please go back to the hotel. There are lots of creepy people around. They make strange noises. There are fires. Mummy, it's really scary. I'm okay. I met Daddy's friend, Mr. George. Remember him? He's going to evacuate me to the police station in his police car. I'm sure Daddy will be there. Love you, Mummy." So Meryl saying Mr. George and his police car, we can assume the man she's talking about was George Scott. He was an RPD officer who was usually on the night shift. So in the original RE2, he lived partially in the night duty room, and we find him on the floor next to his bunk with his throat and abdomen ripped out. Ugh. Now, clearly, it's a little different given the remake and Requiem, as he now wasn't in the RPD, but instead with this little girl, which we can also see his nameplate in the officer room alongside other notable RPD officers, including Marvin and Rita from Outbreak. It's always Outbreak. So we'll keep an eye out for more notes from Meryl, but for now, we need to find a container for the fuel. Heading through the building, we eventually find one out the back. Easy. Heading back in, of course, we find some friends.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Now we get a little swarmed here, but it's easily manageable. Once more, the zombies love picking up the chainsaw, so using it as bait, we can hang back in this corner and just let them come in. After popping a few, we hear some loud noises. So this guy has somehow covered his head in armor, so we can't pop him as easily. We're meant to fight him with the chainsaw, so chainsaw to chainsaw, but I find it easiest just to shoot him. With all the zombies down, we can finally get back to the tank, collect some fuel, and before heading back further down the street, we can find another BSAA container, which, if I remember correctly, had the sniper rifle in it. which of course I've already picked it up, so it's no longer here. So we head back, find some frozen flames, snipe some zombies, make our way to the construction site with the crane. Releasing the bar from above, it conveniently fits perfectly across the hole, so we no longer need to go through the garage to get back to the camp. Thank God. Using the same key that we opened the BSAA container in the camp, we find a motorbike and a repair kit for the detonator. Heading back to the construction site, there's an area here that's optional. Powering the gate, we can get in, grab some resources, get jumped, and head down this hatch. Running through the tunnel, we can come to a grate, and at one end we find a Mr. Racoon, and then going the other way, eventually we come to a door, to another hatch to end up in the subway. Now, it's dark as hell down here, so we hang back to take out some zombies and then head forward. I won't show it, but we get attacked by some more baby spiders here, and they're no match to the shotty, so we just keep moving forward. Jumping down onto the platform, we are now on the other side of the train station from where we dropped through with the giant spider. Of course, I'm keeping my camera to the right to not show the spider so it doesn't freak people out. Here too is a ton of the exact same posters that we see through the subway through RE3 Remake, which I think is it's a nice little touch. They didn't need to do it. I appreciate that they did. So down here we find a ton of infected, with many on the ground waiting to jump scare attack, but also interestingly, a ton with their heads already popped. So someone was down here fighting at some point. How long ago is really the question. Eventually, we come to a door that leads to the surface, and we find ourselves back at that first area that we started at. But now we have the map. So opening the map, we can see that that hotel we first went into is the Applegate Hotel. Now, once more, in Outbreak, we have the Apple Inn. The name isn't perfect, but it's close enough. They could easily be reusing this whole area for an Outbreak remake. There's a ton of detail here for an area that we spend 2 minutes max in, is all I'm saying. Surely. So while we're here, we get that last BSAA container now that we have the key for the achievement, and I think the sniper rifle's scope was in here? I'm not sure, but anyway. Of course, the spider cooked the original way to get through, so we head back into the subway and work our way back to the camp. Here, we also get an extra bit of dialogue between Leon and Sherry.
Hey, Leon. Do you still think about what happened there?
Every day.
That night. I was just a kid. Scared and confused. I imagine Grace must feel the same right now.
Sherry.
Sorry. This isn't the time. We need to focus.
My biggest gripe about this game is Claire wasn't mentioned once. Sherry talking about being saved that night would have been the perfect spot for them to mention Claire. I get Leon is the golden boy, but Claire's the only reason Sherry lived that night, and not a single word about her. Anyway, so now we need to work our way up the apartment block the BSAA got slaughtered in front of. Sniping a few lingering zombies in the street, we work our way up.
Damn, they brought in the big guns.
Big guns and they still got slaughtered. Rough. So we can grab a ton of ammo before heading up if that's not a warning enough, and all over the place we keep finding dead BSAA agents. Needing to get to the roof for the part, we come across a door that needs a crank. It's not a Resi game if we don't need a crank at some point. So surely there's one around here somewhere. Heading back into the apartment, we find a BSAA zombie. So unfortunately, some did turn. Now, of course, these are BSAA agents. They have armor and helmets. So we need to shoot off the helmet, and a good chunk of them have machine guns. They will spray us with a ton of bullets, so we need to remove them quickly. Because they are armored, going for body shots isn't very useful, so prioritizing headshots if the double headshot to get rid of the helmet is the best plan. Thankfully, down here we find the crank that we needed. Opening the door, we end up back at those bottom stairs. So taking the crank, there is a second optional area that needs it back in the garage, which leads us to this fire truck. It's a good spot to get a ton more ammo and grenades, but not necessary if you don't really need it. So taking that same crank, we go back to the apartment building and meet this BSAA fellow, but he's got something glowing red in his hand. Yep, that's a grenade. So we need to be a bit careful of those ones. If we hear the beeping, shooting the nade will of course blow him up, and it's best to do that from a distance. Before going to the roof, we can loop around this top once more to find a fridge with a Mr. Racoon, another stack grenade, trust we want those later, and some more BSAA. Finally, we reach the roof.
One of the parts should be just up here.
Of course, it would be too easy just to let us have it. This area is swarming with BSAA, including ones manning those big guns. So here we need to keep moving. Standing still, we will die, but thankfully there's a little bit of cover around, we just need to be careful. Again, the rifle is OP here as we can snipe zombies off of manning the big guns. Of course, being a BSAA camp, there's just a ton of them and each kind. Some with the machine guns, some with the grenades, and to make it a bit rougher, the bombs will start to take out the ceiling of the cover, so we can't stand around long in there either. Staying on the move and holding angles is the best choice, and we can also beeline one of the big guns ourselves to kill the zombies with. But there's a delay on it that annoys me a bit, so I just pop them myself. With all the zombies dealt with, we can finally look for the part. Here we find a note explaining that the signal receiver got beat up during transport and it needs to be repaired. But we already got the repair kit from the container at the camp. Next to the note, we find said broken receiver and repair it right away. Easy. One more to go. Of course, getting back to the door that needs the gas can't be straightforward and we get swarmed. Again. More dead zombies mean more points for gun upgrades, I suppose.
Sherry, got the signal receiver.
Okay, one component left. By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance. Looks like my fan base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
So the Pentagon was putting stress on the BSAA. I personally am thinking we're gonna get a BSAA DLC, and I'm all for it, because the BSAA, they're all through this, they keep getting mentioned, and it's them doing different things elsewhere. I'm willing to bet money that we're getting a BSAA DLC. Someone bet. So some bets and some gun upgrades later, we finally power this door. Now, this area usually has zombies, but we sniped them all earlier, so we head straight across. This building is just destroyed, but there's still some resources around. And yes, that jump scared the shit out of me. Jerk. Anyway, upstairs we find another Mr. Racoon and some more stuff before heading towards the big old building on the side. A lot of the doors are barricaded shut, but thankfully we can shoot the planks and work our way forward. Honestly, I'm surprised there wasn't a QTE walking across this beam. I was really waiting for it the whole time, while also trying not to get motion sick. Also, I won't lie, this whole area made me a bit motion sick with it being on its side. If you're also like me, it's okay, we aren't in here very long, don't worry. So we find a ton of spots that are barricaded shut, but a good few shots will make it all collapse and we build a way forward. Eventually, crossing, we come to an elevator that we pry open, and well, we all know exactly what's gonna happen here. Running up, of course, the elevators fall, so staying in the middle is a good plan so we can easily dodge them. Now this part's quite cool. Here we are standing on glass windows. We can shoot out the glass from under the zombies to have them fall through. I like to get them all to join together and have a few fall at once. And yes, Leon can fall too, so be careful. And there's a ton of optional doors up here too that we can shoot. Just be careful because they can break the glass. So if you're underneath it, it will take you down too. Of course, we run into even more BSAA and then finally get to the camp.
Okay, let's find those detonator parts.
We find a ton of resources again and that final part. Now we have the detonator.
Picked up the relay.
Great job. Now to get through that gate.
Yeah, just gotta figure out how to get down from here first.
We obviously can't go back the way we came, so we must go forward. So looking through this area is pretty obvious we have a fight on our hands, and a way down. Hilarious, he had to use the binoculars to see that. Okay, old man Leon. Before jumping down, we can snipe a few and make some ways through. Eventually, we start hearing zombies rising, but it's fine. We have Requiem. We get a little swarmed here, and it's just combat for a hot second, but taking it slow, we can easily deal with all of them without too much trouble, really. But some of these zombies can throw rubble at Leon and knock him off the building entirely, which is hilarious. So we make sure to pop those ones first. With them all dealt with, we slide down here and release one half of the elevator, pulley system thing. I don't know what this thing is called, but I'm sure someone who works in construction knows. Please tell me.
Now for the other side.
So now for the second half. Of course, it's just more combat. We can snipe a few early through this gap in the wall. Taking it slow once more is best so we don't get swarmed. The hardest part in this area is hearing another chainsaw. We get a second armored guy from the gas station, but he's really not too much trouble to deal with, and we can kill him before he gets to the stairs. Working our way up, we find more zombies, and we finally get to the release. So a lot of people say the whole East Raccoon City part of the game is the worst part of the game. I wouldn't say it's bad, it's just... it's a bit of a slog. If they took out like a quarter, max a third of the combat, or maybe they put in like a mini boss or two instead of just the waves of zombies that have no impact. If this is the worst part of the game, that's really not that bad. I'd say that's pretty good of the game as a whole. There's another area later on that people really don't like, but you can get it through like 2-3 minutes. East Raccoon City takes some time, so I would say through the whole game, this area would be my least favorite, but I still like it. Like, it's my least favorite out of my favorites, so it's still good. It's a bit of a slog, but it's fine. We're almost done.
Hopefully this thing still works. Now what?
So we're heading down, of course. We can't be left alone, and waves of zombies will pour out of the building to join us.
You'll have to take the next one.
Thankfully, Requiem will decimate anything that comes close, so it's pretty easy. I did absolutely lose it here, though. I've never seen one of them miss the platform. Like, I had to take a hot second. I was laughing so hard, and I was sick, so I was like laughing and suffocating at the same time. Anyway.
This is my lucky day.
So lucky day indeed. So heading into the dark, we find a ton more zombies and we can run past and ignore them entirely. I like to stand here and pop them just for some more points towards upgrades. Once they're all done, heading forward, we end up back in the street in front of the gate.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Let's blow this thing. This part is so RE6 core, it's so fun.
Alright, should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes. Stage just keeps getting better and better.
Of course, it's Resident Evil, so we can't be left alone, and we get chased down by Gideon and his big-ass zombie dogs. Wolves. They look more like wolves to me.
These pups could use more training.
When Gideon is nearby, we can shoot him to avoid him shooting us with the rocket. The rest of this is so silly, and I love it. I'm just gonna let it play.
So much for the direct route. Seriously. I don't give up that easy.
I've had enough of you!
I know the feeling!
Come on.
Should have worn a helmet.
The wheelie into riding up the side of a building into a jump reminiscent of Red Bull Extreme Sports to then be topped by motorbike jousting. It's so silly. It's peak Resident Evil. Also, Leon, you weren't wearing a helmet either. But okay. With Gideon somewhere down in the ruins of Raccoon City, we keep moving forward.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
Now, if you've played Resident Evil 2 or watched my video on it, this area will look very familiar. This is the tanker that exploded right at the start with Claire and Leon separating the two, which means there's an alleyway nearby. Heading down the exact same one we did almost 30 years earlier, we reach the top of the street to see the RPD.
Can't believe it's still standing.
I almost cried seeing this, honestly. The RPD is so special to me, but just wait till we go inside. So we can't go down the back alleyway, so the front door is the only option.
It's on you now.
The RPD. It all looks familiar but different at the same time. The old typewriter, the item box, the computer we access the cameras from.
Sherry, man, RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah. Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure. Sure, we found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us. Got a lock on our location. Headed there now.
Copy that.
So a few things. On the board, the BSAA are talking about a possible entrance with photos marking Ark. Remember that. Then my question is, how the hell did the welcome sign survive a bomb? And then turning it to say the words, Leon, we come? See, now I don't know if this is meant to be a threat by the enemy saying we're coming to fight you, or maybe it's the BSAA saying, Leon, we're coming to help, but Twitter was very funny for a good few days with that one. That's all I'll say. Then finally, we have the note saying, you can't save anyone. Now that's a known Krauser line from RE4.
You can't save anyone. Give it up, Krauser.
I know Zeno is aware that Leon is hunting them down, but like that line specifically, it's weird. I'll get more into it later because I have a hell of a theory that is really out there, but could be really cool if it's true. For now, let's rip my heart out and explore the RPD. Before heading deeper in, there is a perimeter report from the BSAA. It reads, from our survey of the grounds, we've pinpointed some locations that still have viable resources. 2F office, the armory has leftover supplies, which that's the STARS office. Gun shop out back, working shotgun and ammo, so kendo store, and parking garage, advanced team supplies, weapon upgrade parts. So 3 spots we definitely need to go to. So we know this place like the back of our hand, so let's see what route we can take into the STARS office. First, we start by going into the West office. Like the hall, it looks familiar and not at the same time. Leon's unused desk is still untouched from when we unlocked it, and immediately next to his is Marvin's.
Hey, Lieutenant Brenner. Kennedy. Reporting for duty.
That line ripped my damn heart out. On Marvin's desk is an open notebook titled Top Secret Operation. It reads, Champions of Justice, are you ready? Duty calls. Provision Specialist Neil, do you have the pizza and beer at the ready? Make sure you've got some soda on hand too in case the rookie is liver conscious. Decorations Manager Elliot, think you're an artist? Then show us what you've got. Make sure you use the banner with the stars on it. Gift Coordinator Scott, don't forget to pick up some good from Robert's shop on the way. Get what Barry suggested. That man knows his stuff. One last thing, make sure the chief doesn't catch wind of the welcome party for the new recruit. We wouldn't want to put young Kennedy in his bad books right away. Marvin. They were all so ready to welcome him in, even asking Barry to recommend a gift from Kendo's shop. Heartbreaking. So we can see that all of the safes are open from us running through here, but this time this locker can be opened with a key. It's labeled JoJo. Now, I know someone's ears just perked up and they went, oh my god, a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference. And yes, kind of. This looks to be a reference to Joseph Frost. If you remember my RE1 video, he was a member of the STARS Alpha team. He was the one who got torn apart by the pack of Cerberuses. Now, Hideki Kamiya, known for working on Resi 1, is known for being a big fan of JoJo, and when he was asked who his favorite character was, he responded, Joseph. That's why I named one of the STARS members Joseph. So yes, it's a reference to Joseph Frost, who is a JoJo's reference. Anyway, continuing through the RPD, we can see a ton of the ways through are blocked, so we can't explore as much as we'd like. Thankfully, we can get into the operations room. Here we find the record of events on the blackboard. The exact same note explaining how this all started when we first came into the RPD 30 years ago. One main difference is this hallway was usually blocked with a barricade, which is now all piled to the side, which I assume was from the BSAA. Unfortunately, we aren't alone in here.
Rest easy, officer.
This poor officer has been roaming around for almost 30 years. And speaking of officers, this officer is still here. Remember, he's the one with the radio that Leon finds and his jaw falls off. There are remnants of his friend too, who was hanging nearby. No skeleton, but the cloth of his uniform is still attached from where we once saw him. Unfortunately, this hole is entirely blocked up, so we need to find another way up. Thankfully, we can spot some handy yellow strap. This ladder looks much more recent, so I'm assuming it was also put here by the BSAA. All of the puzzle statues are still intact, though they're too rusted to be used anymore. We find some more evidence of the BSAA and find more blocked doors that we can't access. Walking down this hall, I immediately went on edge, expecting a licker to be here on the ceiling, as there once was, but there's nothing here but rubble and dust. Finally entering the STARS office, it's much the same. Dark, dusty, and abandoned. Entering Wesker's office, we can still find the photo of the STARS team all together.
Good lives needlessly lost.
We can also open his desk, which looks empty till we walk away and we hear a paper fall. In it is a library card with the book Medicinal Benefits of Herbs, which is another book that we find in the RPD during RE2. It has a list of the people who have borrowed it: E. Edwards, Y. Yakishima, R. Phillips, A. Wesker. The only name I can't place here is Yakishima. Edward was Elliot Edward, who was the man who was torn in half from the shutter door.
Give me your hand. I got you.
Phillips is Rita Phillips from Outbreak.
Leave it to me. I promise I'll be back with help.
And of course, Albert Wesker.
Let's finish this.
In the original RE2, there was an officer whose name we never learnt who inevitably got eaten by zombies. It's possible this is Yakishima, or it's just a dev Easter egg. We don't know for sure, but we know who the other three are. Editing Sui here. In my fever-induced delirium, I read that as Yakishima, not Yashima. There is a knife in Resident Evil Resistance that's called Yashima. This might be a reference to that. Not Yakishima, Yashima. Anyway. So heading over to the desks, we can see that Chris's matching jacket with Claire is still here. And in the pocket is a photo of the operations room with the text, "You kids have fun solving this one, Barry." It kind of breaks my heart that he doesn't have his jacket to match with Claire anymore, and it's just been here rotting for so long. But it seems like Barry set up a little puzzle for Chris and presumably Jill to find. And speaking of Jill, on her desk is her iconic beret. Similarly to Chris's jacket, it's just sitting here. And the photo of her dog. On the other side, we can see Rebecca's medic bag is still hanging on the wall, with Leon noting it's probably empty, which in RE2 we take a healing spray from it, so it's probably empty. Then we can head to the back and find Barry's desk with his to-do list on it. It reads, turn in training plan for the new recruit, join Jill at the shooting range, pick up the girls from soccer, don't be late, find that missing library book. Top priority. The librarian is about to blow a gasket. Looks like the captain checked it out last. Him mentioning Jill, his daughters. I miss STARS so much. They meant so much to me. Notably, he also mentions the library book where we found that library card saying it was returned, so we're looking for a book that's probably in the library. So heading into the armory, it looks pretty empty besides a briefcase with a number code on it, so we'll come back for it once we know what it is. Before heading out, there's one last locker. On the shelf is another photo with a red circle next to a TV with the words, "You kids have fun solving this one again." Now, I assume this locker is Jill's since she has the same poster and stickers seen in her apartment. So Jill and Chris were meant to work together to solve Barry's puzzle. So good thing we know where that TV is. So we head back down and all of a sudden we hear a strange noise. We quickly see a glimpse of something run by back towards the operations room. Following it through, waiting for a moment, this happens. This is Tofu, the last character I expected to see. So Tofu was a secret character we could play as both in the original RE2 and the RE2 remake. In RE2 Remake, it parodies Hunk's fourth survivor, now known as the Tofu survivor. Obviously, Tofu is just a silly joke mode, but I'm weirdly emotionally attached to them, and I feel like a lot of the fandom are. Anyway, Tofu aside, just like in the photos next to the TV, we can see a set of keys labeled JoJo, so we know where those go. Opening the locker, we find 2 tickets to the zoo with the note, "Enjoy, and don't say I never get you anything. Barry." He got Jill and Chris tickets to go to the zoo together. My heart. In here as well, we can see a ton of Capcom references. A big Street Fighter poster at the back, Street Fighter games, and best of all, a copy of the original RE1. Huge crime too, because the CD wasn't put back in the case. Evil. We can also see in a box to the left a copy of Mega Man. Very cool. I love when Capcom reference other Capcom games in their games. Ah, big fan. Anyway, we still have that book to find. So entering the library, it still looks pretty good, all things considered. Right where we left it in RE2 is the mechanic jack. So now we can open the roller door to get to the other side where Grace and Zeno are. Before that, we head on up and look for the book and find it on the shelf. Opening it, we find that damn Rebecca photo. On the back of it are the words "Rising Rookie Rebecca" or RRR, the combo for that case. I have a lot of issues with this photo. It's really changed from like a Capcom reference to a Wesker thing, and it really doesn't suit either of their characters. Rebecca doesn't seem to be the type to take a photo like this in the first place, and it gives people this weird thought that Wesker has a thing for Rebecca, which, given the evidence of the games, he doesn't give a shit about her. In RE1, after knowing her for less than a month, he tries to shoot her in the heart.
You killed them with your own dirty hands! You son of a bitch!
No.
Oh yes, dear. Just like this.
Rebecca!
Don't move.
The only reason she lives is because she's in a bulletproof vest, but he still tries. Which, to make it worse, looking at the handwriting on the back, we could see Wesker's handwriting before and someone else's. You know who draws their S's exactly the same? Their O's exactly the same? Barry. Is this whole thing Barry being a creep and setting up Wesker? Who knows, since the G's and the A's are different to Barry's. This damn photo of her has shown up in more games than she has. RE0 remake to make up for it. Criminal. Anyway, we head back to the STARS office so we can input the code, and normally we would get a gun charm of Wesker's glasses, but because I've already got it, there's nothing in here. So one last thing to do, we use the jack to open the roller door and we head in looking for Grace. Moving forward, we overhear a conversation.
Sure you have questions.
What is this?
The ruins of the Raccoon City Police Department.
Why did you bring me here?
I'll explain everything. You don't have to be afraid.
Explain it to me.
You need to understand.
Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen. So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus? Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures. Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped. They each have their own sad story.
Oh my God, we need to do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now! Are you kidding me? Get out of my way!
Hey, are you awake? What? Where did everybody go?
So this confirms that Emily is a clone in a long, long line of clones, and we find ourselves in a familiar orphanage. Now remember, from RE2, we know they used to use the orphanage as a location to source children for experimentation. Now here as well is where it's going to start getting nice and confusing, as I believe they changed a very important part of the story last minute, which I'll explain at the end once we know the story and there's no spoilers. But for now, no, Grace isn't this little girl. Zeno is just showing the tragic end of one of the many clones that exist. This is not Grace, it's a random clone. Regardless, she's cute and I feel really maternal towards her. So in this room, we can see we are the only one here and all the other beds are empty. Before heading out into the hall, we can see it's February 1990. So it's quite a few years before Chief Irons takes over the place. We can also see photos of children on the wall, all looking extremely similar. Heading down the hall, we hear a man in distress.
Stay away. Stay away! Get back! Don't come any closer! No. No, get back! Get back!
Hey! What are you doing?
Girl, why would you call out to them? But okay.
What was that?
Now we have the attention of the red-eyed clones we need to hide. Running back to the bedroom, we take a classic hiding spot under the bed. Hiding in the room, the clones pour in. One by one, they surround the bed and start banging on it. Now, I'm not certain what the plan is here. Maybe beating the tops to hurt someone hiding under the covers. Regardless, the scream of a woman draws them away, and we are able to come out of hiding to head down the hall looking for help.
Please, someone help me.
Entering the same room, we find numerous doctors on the floor, all with their necks snapped.
He's not moving.
Then we find the woman who I presumed screamed, drawing them all away. Before we head on through the door though, there are these toys on the ground. There's 4 little bears entering a mansion and a train. This is a reference to RE1 with the Spencer mansion with Jill, Chris, Barry, and Wesker all as the little bears, and then the RE0 train. Quite cute. Continuing forward, we empty the main room and it's empty. Well, found them and they found us too. And quick shout out to the sewer crocodile plush toy before we take another hiding spot. I won't lie, when I first saw this and that first one fell, it jump scared me so bad. Now, I'm not certain if this part is bugged or not, or it's meant to be like this, so we know there's another way out of here via the hatch in the back office. But heading down there, these clones are standing in the way, and they just stand there. If we head back and try to head upstairs, again the clones start rattling the door, sending us back, and then we can go back to the office and now they've moved on. It just feels weird and not very intuitive, so I'm not certain it's meant to be like this or if this was kind of added last second and not a lot of thought put in. Anyway, heading in, it looks very different before Irons takes over, but thankfully we spot a familiar set of keys, the same ones Sherry steals from Irons in RE2. So now with the key, we can head towards freedom. Now here we can juke around the clone and speed our way down, but we'll do this the proper way. The only hiding spot in this room is behind these boxes, so we can run back, crouch in the corner, and hope it's a good enough hiding spot. After waiting for some time, a clone gets very close and turns around last second, giving them time to leave the room. We head towards the hatch. Unlocking the way down, we skedaddle down the ladder.
Please just be a bad dream.
It feels weird to move down here not hearing Mr. X behind us.
Why did they? Where am I?
Spotting a toy truck in the distance, we can see it head down a direction we haven't gone before. Now, who put this here? I don't know. Why does it move? I don't know. We'll try not to question it too hard. Who knows? Anyway. Heading forward, we come to these doors. Walking inside, we find what looks almost like an underground church of sorts. There are rows of seats with a podium at the end, and then... Unfortunately, this girl is too short to reach the ladder to get out of here, but we do find a switch. Pulling it opens a door to the side room. Heading over and getting stuck on this chair, we see numerous caskets. Opening one, we find a toe tag saying, Charlotte 7, 2 months, female, death January 14th, 1990. Discarded due to volatile symptoms. So this girl was discarded a month ago, and she was showing volatile symptoms just like the rest of the clones are. So this room is full of caskets, presumably full of other discarded clones, all showing the same symptoms. Through the gate, we can see a fire poker, which we can use to get the ladder down. With incredible strength for a child, well, she is a clone, and we've seen other powerful clones in the series, which I'll get to eventually. We somehow pull out the caskets and have a staircase of sort to get up over the gate. Landing on a handy placed mattress, we grab the fire poker, unlock the door, and head back to the ladder. Of course, we couldn't be left alone, and the violent clones start pouring in, including ones coming out of the caskets behind us. So we run to the ladder as fast as possible, climbing up before they can catch us. We will assume that the latch has some kind of auto-locking system, and we find ourselves in what looks like a lab of some kind.
What is this place?
Entering the only door available, we find a results test on the desk. It reads: Through the Series 60s possesses recombinant DNA. Increasing the volume of Spencer's injected plasma did not result in successful memory transfer. Mental abnormalities were developed. We will perform the next medical procedure and progress to the final stage. However, after adjusting the viral load in the blood of Series 70 subject Chloe, improved signs of stability were observed. We will continue to monitor her progress. So these current clones are a part of that memory transfer research Spencer was looking into, and how they are slowly getting it right as Chloe is becoming more stable. And remember, this is 1990. Spencer still is kicking it for another 16 years. That's a lot of time to get it right. Continuing to look around the lab, we find a photo on the wall of a group of children labeled April 15th, 1987, Mr. Spencer's visit. And all the children in the photo all look very similar. Now, in one of the games we haven't quite got to yet, we learn a lot about Spencer, and I'll save it till then to go over to avoid spoilers, but I think a thing that is best to point out is that Spencer had a huge interest in mid-20th century eugenics. So after the Cold War, Spencer began seeing the human race as failing and believed that mankind needed to evolve into a new era with him as its ruler. Eugenics is a huge part of his motivation. So all of these kids, all of the experiments, if it's all feeling kinda eugenics coded, it's because it is. Anyway, in this room we have one last note, a new researcher's notebook. It reads, "Today was unbelievable. I somehow got invited to the renowned Oswald E. Spencer's lab. I heard rumors about the place, but to think Ark has been beneath me this entire time?" I was given a quick tour of the attached orphanage too. The children there really creep me out. They all have nasty surgical scars across their heads. If you meet their gaze, they'll greet you with this unsettling giggle. Apparently, they're used for human experimentation. This whole thing gives me goosebumps. To have built a place like this, Spencer must have been more unhinged than any of us imagined. Sensational. The prospect of being able to freely experiment on those kids sends shivers of anticipation through my entire body. It's all so exciting. For now, I'll start by making the rounds of the orphanage tonight. It seems like the newbie always gets stuck with the boring jobs. Hopefully, I can wrap up the tedious bits quickly so I can prepare for the real fun tomorrow. I like to tell myself that this new researcher excited to experiment on children is the one that got his neck snapped in the cutscene, because he kinda deserves it. This note tells us too that the lab we're currently in is Ark, the place that everyone's looking for. So back to Ark, looking around the lab, we see a ton of experimental equipment and the orphanage being monitored on the screens. Heading into the next room, we can see a ton of these sphere-like containers full of liquid and what looks like babies.
Are those babies?
Finally, we enter what looks like a meeting room and find a ton of photos on a presentation slide.
Is that how I...
I've got her! Get over here, now! She's showing symptoms, too. We need to get rid of her.
So Chloe, the girl who was showing better stability than the rest, was this girl. But unfortunately, she too was showing signs of turning out like the rest, and she was destined to be destroyed. But note, we never actually see it, so if she actually died or not, I don't know. Also, it's 4:30 in the morning. I have been filming since 10 p.m. yesterday. If my clothes and makeup suddenly changed, no they didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to bed. Good night. Okay, let's continue.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we'll go.
So, what, I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That Mom was murdered, and oh God, that Emily, she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny.
Grace!
What the? Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare. Have fun.
I remember you.
Oh, God. I remember that, too.
Sherry. Wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
I'm gonna do some digging.
I just sent you the coordinates.
So a few things. Grace calling Leon mum, kinda cute. They do look a little alike, but I think this is more of a she's desperate to have her only support network around her, and her mum would always calm her down when she had those big panic attacks. But holy Wesker moves. Not having the time to spare? Perhaps 7 minutes to spare?
7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
And Mr. X? Oh, exciting. So the whole time I first playthrough, seeing Zeno, I was like, he looks a lot like Wesker. Obviously not enough for me to go, oh, he's a Wesker clone, but, you know, I was like, oh, I'm just coping. It's me coping because I miss Wesker and I want him to come back. And then we see that? Oh, incredible. I know Zeno is not Wesker, but he's close enough. I'll take it. Also, yes, this Mr. X isn't the original one, since we know that one ended up in half from either Leon or Birkin. Also, if you've watched my RE2 video, I go over how there's numerous Mr. X's, but notably, this one has different eyes. These ones are a little similar to Zeno's. So whatever they've been upgraded with, this is new. But for now, we have an orphanage to find. And just like classic Mr. X, this one also doesn't care for traditional doors.
I don't have time to deal with this.
Now, he doesn't follow past this point, which is a little funny, since I assume they expect most people to keep moving. So we jump this gap and end up on the second floor. We look around looking for a way into the main hall, and suddenly it's the helicopter from RE2. Now here is a crazy death scene. If we don't step back, this happens. So going through here again, we make sure to step back and head back into Iron's office so we don't get torn apart. Of course, new Mr. X opens a way forward, and once more we can do a little loop and get into the main hall.
Everything all right, Leon?
Yeah. I'm good.
So, why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Greystark. The orphanage is the entrance.
What is Ark?
Not sure. But apparently it's someplace important.
A big difference is this Mr. X seems a little less beeline it to the target and more set up an ambush this time, which is fun. So we need to head towards the orphanage. Before we do, turning around, we see another BSAA soldier and the same guide pamphlet from RE2. This was the singular note that I missed in my first playthrough. Very annoying. So we're heading out of the RPD, we end up on the back street. It's weird seeing this area in sunlight. Of course, there's Kendo's shop, and to our left, the parking garage. So first, we're going to go into Kendo's shop, and then go back into the garage. You'll see why in a second. So heading into Kendo's shop, we find a flyer for the store, and looking inside, it looks relatively the same.
It hasn't changed.
But remember, the last time we were here was with Kendo and his daughter.
Terminate. That's my fucking daughter. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Those fucking things outside. What they did to us.
I'm so sorry.
Never again.
How heartbreaking is that? And the prescription showing she started to get sick, and Kendo went to Umbrella for help, not knowing they were the whole reason she was sick in the first place. My heart. Now, normally there's a shotgun here on the shelf. It's listed as a leftover from his shop, as when the outbreak started, Kendo was just letting people take whatever they needed to protect themselves, completely free of charge. Love Kendo. I miss him. Now, adding onto it as well, there's only one skull in the garage. So the question is it Emma and Kendo turned and he's roaming? Is it Emma and Kendo got out, like is in his like secondary story, which is non-canon, so I don't know if he did? Or is it Kendo and Emma went off roaming? I don't know. I just think it's weird that we only ever see one skull instead of the two, so someone is missing. Anyway, so before we go too far forward, in this car here we find another pink note from Meryl. Remember, she was being taken to the RPD with an officer. In this note, she writes, "Mommy, did I do something wrong? Daddy got mad at me. He yelled, 'Why are you here?' really, really loud. He didn't let me in the police station. I'm hiding with Mr. George now. He said we can get inside by the parking garage, but first we are resting. He's really nice, Mummy. I'll give him one of my kitty bandages to cover up the owie on his hand. Lots of love, Meryl. So safe to say her father was an officer who knew how dangerous RPD was and refused to let her inside, knowing she had zero chance of survival. Are we putting the pieces together?
This girl can't be.
And her companion, Mr. George, is taking her down to the parking garage and has an injury on his hand. So now, let's go to the parking garage. It's very dark down here, and it looks very similar to how it was, albeit more BSAA containers. Waking up this guy, we can take some supplies and deal with his annoying friends. Looking around, we can get some more resources, and you might have seen on my shotgun a little cute bear charm. Of course, this bear charm is the same one that Ada gives Leon in RE4, and it's found right here on the ground. If this spot looks familiar, it's the same spot that Ada saved Leon from Mr. X when they first met. Incredibly cute.
This is getting old. Saving your ass, that's twice.
So one last thing, this car just outside the garage gate, and on the ground behind it we can find another pink cat note. It says, "Mommy, what do I do? Help me, Mommy. Mr. George is hurt really bad. He's bleeding lots and all the bandages are too small. It won't stop. There's so many scary people here now. I'm gonna run to Mr. Kendo's store. If anyone reads this, please help. My name is Meryl Branner. I'm scared. Mommy, I want to see Daddy." This little girl is Marvin's daughter. Heartbreaking. So let's head back to Kendo's shop to see if there's any more letters. Unfortunately, in this alleyway next to the shop is a pair of little red shoes. Continuing forward, we find one last pink kitty note with nothing written on it. Brutal. Once more, normally we find the Stars charm here on the ground, which increases firepower near death, and Leon says,
Sorry, I was too late.
Brutal stuff. With no other way to go, we continue past Kendo's shop looking for a way through to the orphanage. Here we find a ton of ammo and resources, which is always a good sign.
Fuck me.
I couldn't save them. But I can stop bastards like you.
Mr. X fight time. Now he's already mutated, so we need to be a bit careful. The key to this fight is parrying. Just like all the other tyrants, his heart is still on the outside, so that's where we want to shoot. Almost every attack he does we can parry in some way with the hatchet, so this is a good spot to get some practice in early. We'll need it later on.
Die already, you son of a bitch.
People found out you can parry the cars he throws, and if that's not the funniest thing ever, I don't know what is. Finally, we can get a fun reference to the Damnation movie where Leon just gets tossed. Following the fate of most tyrants that face Leon, we eventually kill him.
I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
So with Mr. X dealt with, we can continue down the street into what remains of the orphanage.
Made it. I'm at the orphanage, Sherry. There's not much left of it. Heading underground to look for Grace.
Understood.
With not a whole lot left, we go straight down the end and end up in some underground tunnels. Again. Eventually, we'll come to this open area and we really see the destruction of the city. With what looks like the only way forward, we end up back in the underground subway. Collecting some resources, we come to a gap connected by a hanging train. This is gonna work out so well for us. But it's the only option, so forward we go. And the question is, what was that?
Seriously. This is my stop.
Terrible joke, Leon. Of course, during RE2, we found a giant plant in Ness called Plant 43. The whole issue was it was growing out of control as there weren't any staff to maintain it, and that was a very short amount of time. So what happens to one when it's left alone for an extended amount of time? Well, that's what. Eventually, we come to a giant chasm in the earth, and looking down, all we see is vines and plant matter everywhere.
BSAA left something behind.
Thankfully, the BSAA left a rope, and we can use it to get all the way down, and we can really see how big both this hole and the plant are.
It just keeps going. Finally reached the bottom. This is one very deep hole.
The perfect place to hide something.
Slowly working our way forward in the dark, all we can hear is sorts of chittering noises. Every now and then we see what looks like a flower bud, and going near it, it becomes hostile. So if we take our time through here, we can spot them before they notice us, and we can deal with them early. If we don't pay attention here, there are thicker vines on the ground that will act like traps if we step in them. So just taking it slow and being careful where we step, we can get through here pretty easily. Eventually, we see the area start to open up, but looking ahead, we can see heaps of thicker vines. Using the same method as earlier, shooting the flower parts, we can clear a way ahead to see what looks like a giant flower. With no choice, we head forward. Time to kill the plant. Using the same method, we shoot the flower. Of course, we need to wait till it opens up. It also will attack us with a vine on either side, so keeping an eye out, we can dodge both pretty easily or we can parry them, and eventually a massive amount of explosives open right at the base of the plant. Well, rip old plant. We grab some more resources and head to the now uncovered giant circular door with the umbrella logo right in the middle.
This must be it. Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing supplies with the logos of the usual suspects.
Well, whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be found.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Now, if you've only watched my videos, a ton of us freaked out seeing the Tricell logo. Now, I haven't got to it yet, but Tricell play a major part in one of the other games, which is very exciting to see them again. So hold on a little longer, I'll get to it soon. Every good Resi game ends up in an underground lab at some point. So heading in, we get decontaminated, which I think Leon desperately needs, so we're just gonna let him stay a little longer. And then we head into Ark. So looking through the window, the first thing we see is a creature in red freaking out. Now that looks familiar. If you need a closer look, here's another one right here. Yes, those are lickers, or a variant of anyway. I'll get more into that later. So now we find a little safe room. We get some stuff and we head off down the hall. Here we enter what looks like a server room. We can run around and get some more stuff, and we notice we can use these as cover. Sus. Anyway, heading into the room at the back, we find a huge surveillance system. Here we can track down Grace and Zeno.
Where is that? Okay. I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
Welcome to the Elite Guard. Now, I love these guys. In a lot of games, guards are usually pretty bad, but these guys are rough if you're not prepared for it. Their AI is pretty good. They will sweep the room, corner check, try to flank, and Leon isn't bulletproof, so we go down pretty easily to these guys. I enjoyed the challenge. Love them. So heading back, we know there's only one door in, so they have to come in through this door. Now, there's really two ways to do this. Once they cut the lights, the fight begins and we can take them out the traditional way. And I didn't realize I got them all. Whoops. So another tactic is getting the double grenade and tossing one when the lights get cut will also take them all out in one go. Easy. Got 3 of them. That grenade did better than I thought it would. Moving on, we find ourselves in that big room that we were looking down into earlier. On the screen before, we saw a lot more elite guard than just those 3, so we know they're probably in here waiting. Using cover, we can try and take out a good few before we need to get closer. Heading up a ladder, we get to a beam up high and cross over. Now we still need to be careful up here because they can and will shoot us from underneath the grate. Thankfully, we spot the remaining guard first and take him out. Then backup arrives, including this guy with a shield. So he is a huge pain, so dropping a grenade where he has to land takes him out early. Then we can just clean up the rest. If this is getting too difficult, we can actually shoot the container that the liquor is in and send the liquor after the guards as a distraction. Very useful on Insanity, but on Standard, I just deal with the guards myself. They're not really a big issue. Here we head back to the save room, get some quick upgrades, and head forward into Pandora.
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
Someone's an artist of some kind, I guess. Apparently, it's meant to symbolize evolution, which is Spencer's whole thing, but... okay. Anyway, entering this side room, we can grab some resources, but most importantly, we find a set of product catalogs. The first one reads, Code CMG002, GARM, price 30 million, product specifications. Umbrella Corporation's Cerberus has been further enhanced and enlarged, resulting in increased combat capabilities. It can track and pursue targets at speed exceeding 60 miles per hour. Now, I assume they're named after the Norse dog who guarded the entrance to the underworld. And if these are 30 mil, how much product did Leon cost in the span of 5 minutes? Surely it's 30 mil for a pack, not just one, right? Anyway, next we have code CMLB110, Liquor Beta 2, price 14 million. Product specifications. Originally an infected anomaly, rigorous experimentation revealed the key to activating the mutation, paving the way for commercialization. Product boasts enhanced climbing capabilities and possesses sharp claws and a pointed tongue. Now, I'm sure some of you might be confused on the Beta 2, so we do see the Liquor Beta 1s in another game that I will get to soon. I just don't want to say too much because spoilers. So these are not the same ones that we saw in RE2. So continuing on, we have code CXP001, Plant, price 100 million. Product specifications. A prototype bioweapon developed from a viral plant infection found in the Arklay Mountains and Racoon City. Note, an incident occurred during a transportation of the experimental plant 43 and has resulted in an infestation near the service entrance of Ark. Always exercise extreme caution when transporting bioweapons. So that's how the plant got outside and so out of hand. I'm so curious what the incident was. So moving over to the second screen, we find a second product catalog. This one starts with code CMT501, Tyrant, price 120 million. Product specifications. A humanoid bioweapon with exceptional combat capabilities. It can execute simple commands such as tracking and eliminating targets and comes with a coat as standard for effective human disguise. And the most exciting of the bunch, for me at least, code CMNE Gamma 001, Nemesis Gamma, price negotiable. Product specifications. Based on the Umbrella Corporation's parasitic NE Alpha, this mass-produced model focuses on cost reduction and performance enhancement. Repeated improvements have resulted in a significant boost in physical ability and recovery during the host's durability. Seeing the words Nemesis again, some painful people on Twitter were calling this game, what was it? Like nostalgia slop, or like, I can't remember what they were saying, but they were calling it like negative. They were calling it something negative about all of the callbacks, but I'm like, hell yeah, give me more of that. But it doesn't make sense. A whole lot of this series doesn't make sense. I, for one, loved all the callbacks. Capcom, I want that story expansion ASAP, because I'm being greedy. Anyway, if you're bored, add up how much Leon's already cost them, because I'm sure it's going to be a number with just far too many zeros. Finally, there's one screen left in here with a report on the Raccoon City bioweapon research. It says, as previously stated, ARC is focused on bioweapon research and development, utilizing the unique environment of Raccoon City. In particular, experiments performed by infecting nearby zombies with the mutated T-virus strain have yielded a great deal of empirical data. This has also proven effective against the BSAA's attempt to eradicate ARC. The development of a new bioweapon based on this hard data is in its final stages. If said bioweapon is released, we can expect further profit growth next fiscal year. ARC has become a key bioweapon production hub for North America. It will continue to bring great benefits to both us and the United States. How cooked is that? The poor BSAA, they're trying their best to eradicate ARC, and ARC's just turning them into experimental fodder for combat data. Rough. Well, nothing we can do about it right now, and we have Grace to get to, so let's head forward.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself. Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
How cool is this? I would like to note that the commander could have killed him with the gun and went to, but saw how sick and dying Leon was and decided he wanted to fight hatchet to hatchet. Now, if you don't know who this could be, I'll get into that debate in a second.
Didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass.
So here we have a hatchet to hatchet fight with the commander. If we delay a little bit, we can get a ton of voice lines out of him.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet.
At death's door, as in standing in front of the Reaper, the Grim Reaper. And exciting enough, he goes for Hunk's iconic neck snap. If you haven't seen it, this is the neck snap. Eventually, after laying hatchet into hatchet, we get the upper hand and we hit him right in the neck.
Ran into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Coming from you, that's quite the compliment.
So we take the hatchet and now debate time. So the community have been at each other's throats for the last month or so if this is Hunk or not. So a few points. When the fight is over, his glove slips off and we can see he has Raccoon City syndrome just like Leon and Sherry. So he had to be in Raccoon City during the outbreak. Or did he? So we can see Zeno also has the same bruises on the neck just like Leon. And remembering earlier, there was a Spencer note saying a successful host must be able to withstand the mutated T-virus. If we are suspecting that Xeno is a Wesker clone, could this be a Hunk clone and all clones develop Raccoon City Syndrome just as a result from existing? Now, a lot of people say that because he goes for the neck snap, it has to be Hunk. But we know from a previous title, he teaches that move to a number of other soldiers. So we know it's not just Hunk that does this move. But then he's voiced by the same guy who's voiced Hunk for a long time. But then he's not named Hunk here. He's not named the Grim Reaper. He's the Commander. And he's missing the iconic Hunk helmet. It's a mess. Personally, my thoughts are we're going to get a Hunk or Commander DLC in the future, which is going to explain if this is Hunk or not. I believe this for two reasons. In all the concept art, we see a ton of what is presumably Hunk, and in it, we see he has the helmet. So why doesn't he have it here? Unless we see him lose it, or we see someone else have it in a DLC. Then finally, if we leave this room and come back, his body is gone. Now, this is not a game storage reason. If we go all the way back to the previous rooms, all of the bodies of the Elite Guard are still here. And it's not just a thing that happens in this room. So during the fight on Insanity, 3 more guards attack us, and after the fight, turning around, the commander's body disappears, but the Elite Guard just meters away never do. Either he got up or someone dragged him off. I'm personally on the team that this is a Hunk clone, just because the real Hunk would be like 70 now, and if this company has enough money to be making liquors and tyrants in mass, and now they're doing a whole cloning thing, Hunk would be an extremely viable asset to the company. If you're gonna clone any soldier, it's Hunk. Anyway, feel free to fight in the comments if you think it's him or not, but whatever you think is the coolest, go with that till we have confirmation. Now, if you sat through that whole thing and were like, who the hell is Hunk? Remember, I did do a video on RE2, and I do a big thing on Hunk right at the end. Trust, he's super cool, which is why we all absolutely lost it seeing what kinda looks like Hunk. So, with the commander down, we can finally go find Grace.
Grace should be just up ahead.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed, and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
You still need me, right?
Come on! Grab time! I got you.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1 million.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine. Time to get off. Come on.
What now? Leon. Leon!
A lot of the Leon lines in this game are reused old lines throughout the series, and I kinda love it.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1 million.
How are you feeling?
Like $1 million.
So thoughts on Xenoclone. So he moves like Wesker, and he's voiced by the same guy who does Wesker in the RE4 remake. He's got Wesker speed powers, Wesker voice, and I know Wesker can regenerate, but definitely not that fast. But notably, it doesn't seem like he has Ouroboros. So is this a more stable pre-Ouroboros Wesker variant? We don't have answers, but God, I need to know. I also want to note in the concept art, Grace was locked in here. She was ready to end it to save Leon. Love her.
Leon, are you okay?
How long was I out?
I don't know. A while. Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Racoon City was where it all began for me. When it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elpis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
Come on.
In this moment, for sure, is where Leon sees rookie him in Grace. He once said those words in desperation to help others, just as Grace is here.
Whatever it takes to save this city. Count me in.
Whatever it takes, count me in.
I also think here's a really good point to really talk about the word Requiem. So yes, our gun is called Requiem, but that's not why the game's called that. So a Requiem is a mass for the dead, a repose for the souls for those who have passed. It quite literally means rest intended for the dead. We see all through the game, Leon is clearly suffering survivor's guilt. He is in every single game he's been in. In RE4, he opens by saying something died in him that day. In the films, we see he turns to alcohol heavily to cope. And in 6, I know we haven't got to it yet, but he confesses he was ready to just end it all. He has been haunted most of his life by the people he couldn't save, which is very apparent all through the RPD section. This is why he's trying so hard to save Grace. He feels in some way if he can save even one more person, it might make up just a little bit for all of those he couldn't. The producers for Requiem have said that the meaning of the word for Grace is similar. It reflects her mother's past, also being a survivor, but also her passing. Grace was never the same after her mother passed, and she blames herself for her death. She blames herself for what happened to Emily. And if she can, she feels helping makes up for not being able to save them. The Requiem is also for all of those in Raccoon City who needlessly lost their lives because of a corrupt organization they didn't even truly know about. Innocent bystanders who did no wrong. This is why I believe the gun is also called Requiem. It's a stupid, powerful gun which can end an infected in one shot. No more suffering, no more roaming, finally ending it and letting them rest. Which with this, we can see Leon is used to the weight of it, while Grace is quite literally new and she struggles getting better over the time. It's the two adjusting to the weight of their survivor's guilt. It's some heavy shit, and just as we promised Leon to end it, let's do it.
Look! There's a door over there.
Crane's blocking it, though.
So moving through the dump, we can see only one way forward.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out. Come on. Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
Now here, I think, is where some content also may have been cut, because Grace says this.
Once I go down, there's no getting back up.
So lines like that in video games are usually said when a character is subtlety warning us, the player, that we're about to miss some stuff, but there's literally nothing in the area behind us. It just doesn't fit very well, so I'm assuming there might have been some cut content here. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway. So now we're finally in Ark as Grace. Heading forward, we can see Leon resting on the ground, not looking very good.
System locked. Override key required for reactivation.
Alright, override key. So heading forward, this place is very quiet. We can collect some resources and bring in a spare gun from the box, since now Leon has Requiem.
Okay, just beyond here.
This large blue door needs a magnetic reader, so our only option is to head to the right.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Well, that warning doesn't sound very good. And that's probably why. So looking through the window, there's just blood everywhere. Now as Grace, we need to be a little careful. The lickers can one-shot her. But remembering from previous games, they can't see, but they have super sensitive hearing.
Can't see.
Once more, we're really meant to stealth through here. Though there is glass on the ground, that will make noise if we touch it, so we just need to be a little bit careful. So heading down the hall, we see another door that needs the magnetic key, a licker on the ceiling, and what looks like a pale head from RE3. Thankfully, they aren't the pale heads from RE3, or this area would suck. Hi, Editing Sui here. My audio died for some reason, so we don't know for certain what these are, though we know they are not pale heads as they don't move or sound like them. My assumption is they're cloned humans for experimentation, so since we know they can clone tyrants and stuff, it's probably easier to keep cloning humans rather than abducting them. And we see numerous of them all over the place. We see them in tubes, we see them tied down for experimentation. Then there was all of those fetuses on those balls. These are essentially lab rats stripped of all human uniqueness either for or from the experimentation. But that's just my personal theory till/if we get confirmation at a later date. Feel free to debate me though if you think something else, because we don't really know for certain what these are yet. The important thing is they aren't pale heads, so we can kill them. So we can easily sneak under the licker, entering the room, and by sound we can hear that there's more than one. So throwing the glass bottle to get their attention, we can use a single Molotov to kill the both of them. Easy. At least until the licker walks in. Thankfully, a bottle of acid is nearby, saying it's effective against exposed tissue, which is pretty much what a licker is. So, fire for the white guys, acid for the lickers. Easy. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of either, so we'll try to conserve as many bottles as we can for as long as we can. For now, we let the licker walk off and we grab the key. Thankfully, this doesn't alert it and we can sneak up the hall behind it. Now, the purple injectors do work against the lickers, but you need to get extremely close and it can be a little bit risky. If they start to turn at any point, they will kill you. For now, we just stick to the stealth here as there's a few enemies and we take our time to slip behind and run past the white zombie and run back to that first room with the massive window, cautious of the licker on the way there. Making it there safely, we put in the key and reset the system for Leon.
All right, Leon. Be careful. Nice.
So resetting everything, we can now get the magnetic key for those two big doors. So returning to where we just were, of course, sneaking past this guy, it's easier to do the second door first. Being a little cautious entering, we cut it real close getting around the licker and we use the key to enter the room. I got spotted last second, but it's fine because we can quickly duck in here. So there are a ton of resources in this room and this circle orb thing, which we don't know what it does yet. And unfortunately, grabbing this Molotov aggroes this guy on the bed, and then grabbing the orb sends a ton of them into the room. So using the central pole to break line of sight for the first one, we can kill all of the others with a single Molotov. And since we can't run into the next room because of the lickers, we gotta deal with this guy. which we can easily pop him with an injector. Done. So before we head back, that very first room has a ton of handy stuff. There's some more bottles and a safe. To save time, I'm just gonna open it now since we get the code to open it in like a room or two, and backtracking's a pain. So we're just gonna open it now, and the best thing inside is another Molotov. So armed with a few more bottles now, we can head back to that very first door. So opening it, we come to this strange looking room. There's a door forward into archives, which can hold the red orb perfectly, so this tells us that we need a white one to unlock the way forward.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Well, that doesn't sound good, but I'm sure we'll deal with it when we deal with it. Ducking into a side room, we find a crafting method for the acid bottles, so now we can craft both acid and Molotovs, thank God. Another safe of which we get the combo for in like the next room, so we're just gonna open it now and get some more handy bottles. Before we continue on, we can see that there's an access log that was left by someone. It reads, "Checking database access request. The following data was found. Minutes of the 51st Assembly meeting as transcribed by the AI Control Center, NOAA, the state. We heard the key, Grace Ashcroft, has finally been found. It's been 28 years since we occupied Ark. Are we sure she's the one? Zeno. Without a doubt, there's no need to worry. More importantly, don't you think your withdrawal from the treaty is too blatant? The state. It's a bluff. The United States is and always will be at the center of the world. The BSAA are fully under our control as well. Are there any changes in the product supply? Z. Ark's factory automation is constantly evolving. I believe that's enough for today. We can discuss further while we view the products." And the transcript ends here. Well, we already knew there was deep corruption, but this confirms it. There's also talk of the BSAA and them being involved in all of this. So I'm really hoping I'm correct and we get a BSAA DLC to explain their side of things. But for now, we need to find that white orb, and we only have one way forward. Running through some empty halls, we can suddenly hear enemies. Ducking into this container, we find that safe code and another herb. Now, this whole area is full of lickers and the white zombies. We can press the doors on the containers to make a little spot we can stand in and be completely safe. Somehow the lickers don't care about the doors, which is good for us, but okay. And here we find the best thing ever, another hip pouch. Yay! I find being a bit patient here is the best plan because there's a bit of a choke point here between the rooms, so if we throw a glass bottle to make them all gather, they fight each other. And then we can acid and fire and take out most of them with very little resource wastage. Now there's only one licker walking around, but he doesn't really leave that corner, so it's fine, we can continue forward. Coming into the next room, we really just do the same thing, glass and then fire. Now in some of these containers, we can hear more of the white zombies in them. Now, there's nothing really important in there, so we're just going to ignore them. There's a couple of resources, I think, maybe some bottles, but not enough for it to really be worth it. So we just sneak past them, past these two lickers, and we move on. Easy.
AI control center. Noah. Reboot failure. No response. Containment protocol inactive. Containment protocol inactive.
In here, we find the updated map, the white orb for the door, and we can climb up here to go into the previous rooms up top. Now, there's two lickers here, but I've got enough injectors, and they're far apart that we can just pop them and be completely fine. Dropping down, we drop right at the start where we were earlier, and then we work our way back up the stairs. Of course, it's not that easy, and these do break in. They don't usually auto-aggro on us like that, but they did here for some reason, so I just ran and it worked. So we're now in archives, and turning around, we can see Grace's photo plastered front and center. Before accessing the main computer, we can see a smaller one on the side here. It reads, checking database access request. The following data was found. Minutes of the first assembly meeting as transcribed by AI Control Center, NOAA. The defense. The leakage of the T-virus has caused an epidemic. If things continue like this, all eyes will be focused on Racoon City. KD, there's nothing to worry about. Ark has been secured. Commence the missile strike. The defense. We are lacking presidential authorization. KD, the organization is involved. There's no need for the usual procedures. The blame will fall solely on Spencer. The defense. Understood. KD, with this, Umbrella will be dismantled and we will seize their assets. The transcript ends here. So most notably, this was the conversation about dropping the bomb on Racoon City all those years ago. So most notably, there's the mention of the organization and how they're clearly above the president, and the one commanding as such was named KD. Now, interestingly enough, we don't know who KD is. So DLC? RE10? So keep those initials in the back of your head. I know I will be, but for now, we head to the main computer.
Where have I seen this?
Something important. I'll explain later.
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Where would Mom hide this?
Ooh, we're about to learn the truth from Spencer. Exciting. For now, a classic cliffhanger, and we cut back to Leon.
Okay. Back in biz. Fuck.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
So Leon is definitely not doing very well. So we quickly grab some resources and head forward. Of course, we can hear a ton of enemies ahead, so we prepare for combat. God, I love this gun. Anyway, heading down the hall, we can hear more.
Oh, shit. You've got to be kidding me.
So Leon's infection is rapidly approaching the final stages. Death. Every now and then, his body just gives out on him and we enter that state, so we need to be a little careful. Grabbing some resources and a map, we head forward.
Security threat detected. Elevator shut down. In effect. Override key authorization required.
Of course, we can't use the elevator, so we need an authorization key. It's worth noting this room is clearly set up for combat at some point, so that's fun. Ignoring it, we head forward looking for the key. Of course, entering this room, we hear the classic liquor scream, and this room is full of them. But it's fine. Requiem. So we pop off a few shots to lure them in, and we deal with them easy enough. Heading down, we run into another and end it just as fast.
I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
Hell yeah, we will, Leon. Moving through this room, we pop a few more.
Haven't changed much. Hell yeah.
Grab some stuff, clear the way forward, running into even more liquors. And yes, that one jump scared me. Here, we press a button to open another way forward, and then we head on up to get the override key. We just gotta give Leon a second. With the key secured, we head back into that elevator room, and we totally aren't expecting a big old fight. Of course, there is a ton of liquors, so we start popping. Once they are done, we can finally put in the key to unlock the elevator.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline.
But of course, it's Resident Evil.
Air thermometer warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
So we have to wait for the elevator, which means we have to fight for a little while longer, which it's really not too tough with the upgraded rifle because again, the rifle, OP.
The elevator will arrive shortly. The elevator has arrived.
Heading in, we can finally work our way up. The question really is, will Leon make it?
Almost there, Sherry. Not done yet.
stumbling through the hall, his coughing and his altered state isn't going away this time. He's at his limit.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
Leon. Leon.
I need to hurry.
So, a few revelations. This whole time, this whole thing about Grace being a clone or the original, it was a red herring. Grace is entirely normal. She's not involved in any experiments, any cloning, nothing. So Spencer would adopt children from all over the world for his research and his experiments, and it's safe to assume that Grace was adopted just like the rest of them, but then Spencer had his change of heart. Now, hot pause for a second. I know Leon's dying, but let's go back to the whole clone thing. So here is where I think they changed the story last second. So back when Zeno's showing Grace the clones, the girl we see, Chloe, is around 7-ish in 1990. So Grace can't be the original. Grace was born around 2004. She's not old enough. So how could Zeno have thought she was the original? He had the files. He had the dates. It's just a little wild to think that Zeno wouldn't know how to do math or can't read the numbers. It just doesn't make sense. And then recently too, this photo of Grace, which says Grace 7 years old on the back, was found in the game files where she clearly looks clone-like. Now I know it's in the game files and it's not in the actual game, so it's not canon, but I'm just thinking maybe this is adding into them changing the story. So I think the original story might have been that she was a clone, maybe the first stable clone, and that's why they wanted her, and then they changed it last second. It's all a little messy right now, so I'm thinking things happened last minute and it just wasn't ironed out enough properly. But for now, Grace is not a clone. She just looks a whole lot like Emily and the other girls as part of the red herring. So that's what we're going to go with for now. Maybe they'll change it, who knows. Which, adding on to that, if you've only seen my videos, we haven't really gone deep into the kind of evil that Spencer was, which that's coming, I promise. So his change of heart just feels off. I'll continue with that in a little bit when we have a bit more context, but for now, non-clone normal-ass Grace needs to go find Leon before he dies. So going through the only door in here, this place looks eerily like the mansion from RE1. Spencer's mansion. Here we enter what seems like Spencer's personal office. We can see his wheelchair at the back and this photo of Miranda. Now if you don't know who that is, that's fine, we'll get to it, but if you do... So quickly, before we run to Leon, there are 2 notes that a lot of people miss. So back on that computer screen looking at Alyssa's Mo disc, there are 2 more files. Alyssa's interview notes and a letter from Patrick. And yes, I had to reload to read them because I forgot to do it in the original recording. Shush. So starting with Alyssa's interview notes, they read, the 16th, 1300, Oswald E. Spencer, World War and Cold War. Found an umbrella out of despair, loquacious, which loquacious means someone who's talking a lot, often enthusiastically. Like, he doesn't need to be encouraged to talk about all this. He yapping, basically. So to continue, she notes T-virus, bioweapon, incomplete blood research, immortality, memory transfer, advanced breed of human, mind control, all for the evolution of humanity? Bioterrorism and human experimentation. No response to questions. Doubt? Elpis will be there, redacted. Elpis? Look it up later. Impressions. More rational than expected, a pure scientist, an idealist. That purity was the origin of madness, a twisted genius at his core. Some hesitation in his speech. Is he hiding something? Anger? Regret? Interesting. So he basically confessed everything to Alyssa, which is wild. To follow that up, we have a letter from Patrick. Now, again, if you've only watched my videos, you won't know who Patrick is, but Patrick was Spencer's butler who was incredibly loyal to him wholeheartedly. So the letter he wrote Alyssa reads, Miss Alyssa Ashcroft, I hope this letter finds you in good health. My name is Patrick, and I am writing to you as the butler of Oswald E. Spencer. Perhaps you remember me. I'd like to extend my gratitude once more to you for taking the time to interview Master Oswald. I am writing to you to inform you of his last will and testament. In his later years, my master was often in a state of unrest and his speech was somewhat jumbled. As such, his last will and testament was quite unintelligible aside from the following passage. I would appreciate it if you could read it carefully. Kindly respond at your earliest convenience. Below follows an excerpt from the will. I designate Alyssa Ashcroft as the guardian of my adopted daughter, Grace. She will be safe in her care. Oswald E. Spencer. So here it officially confirms that Grace was taken in not as an experiment, but as his daughter. And when he passed, Alyssa became her guardian. So she's technically still his daughter, if there's any implications of that later on. Anyway, back to Leon dying, it's probably best that we skedaddle back over to him.
This is finally my chance to do something.
Leon! Leon! Oh no. Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on. Wake up, wake up. Hey.
Hey, you. I was just resting my eyes.
The resting his eyes is a line that Ada says to him in RE6, by the way.
I was just resting my eyes.
Shouldn't sleep on the job.
I was just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay. I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left are wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Elpis.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
So who do we trust? Do we blow up the whole thing as Leon is asking, or do we trust Grace's thoughts on the whole thing and release Elpis? Now obviously there's two endings here. There is canon and non-canon. Obviously it's best to show you the non-canon ending first, which is destruction.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
I'm gonna destroy Elpis. You promise you'll end this.
This is it.
What did you do?
What I had to.
Grace, get out of here! Go! Right behind you!
Leon! What are you doing? Come on!
At least I could save you.
No! I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
How cooked is that? Leon actually dies. It's heartbreaking, and his last words were that he was thankful that he saved Grace. Ow. But that's the non-canon ending. If we really paid attention to Spencer at the end, he, as the creator, didn't want destruction anymore. He wanted hope.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. Your blind hope.
Okay. This is it.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
It's a cure. Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
So a few things. Gideon walking in missing an arm. I'm thinking we're going to see him in the DLC and we're going to get a big fight where he loses his arm. Personally, I'm really hoping for a big snake fight because of all of the snake, symbolism on him. And he also had his arm when he fell off the bridge and now he doesn't have it. I'm almost willing to bet money we get a DLC where we fight Gideon and chop his arm off. And also his solid dedication to Spencer to be like, he's still a genius. I love Gideon. I think he's so cool. I love his fanboy attitude towards Spencer. I just think he's cool. Love Gideon. Then remember that you can't save anyone message, the Krauser message. When Zeno gets cured, is it just me that thinks he looks a lot like Krauser? And the last time we saw Krauser's body was with Wesker. It's such an out there thought, but maybe Zeno is like Wesker and Krauser DNA together? Which sounds a little insane, but I think anything is possible in this series. Like, I wouldn't complain. I miss the both of them. And Gideon did call him an imitation, and Zeno seemed quite offended by it, which obviously is towards him being a Wesker imitation, but I just can't unsee Krauser in the face, right? Is it just me? Then the connections. So we really learned more about the connections in RE7 and 8, but we've known about them through the whole series. They just didn't have a name. If you've seen a lot of my other videos, every now and then there's an unknown company. They're really mentioned here and there that they're just meddling with everything. That whole time, that company has been the Connections, which again, we'll get more into them with 7 and 8. Here too, with Elpis being a cure for all viral infections, all the way at the very beginning when Grace gets bit, I mentioned that maybe this virus isn't spread by the bite like in another game, which is still possible, or Spencer might have injected Grace with Elpis as a baby to protect her from life from all viruses, ensuring that his daughter, his hope, would be safe from all of the mistakes he spent his life creating. Of course, that's just speculation and my own theory, but I think it fits pretty well. For now, we have to deal with Umbrella's last skeleton, Gideon.
Let it all come down. All of it.
Grace, what happened?
It's gonna go! Something!
Grace.
Grace!
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
Spencer's vision lives through me. And I will see that it is brought to fruition.
How many more will have to die for that vision?
So clearly, Gideon is infected with something. But what? So here, we can parry a lot of his attacks, and when he does this big charge, we can avoid it just by keeping an eye on the ground. Getting hit by it is like a huge flashbang. It sucks.
Seems you're reaching your limit.
As the fight goes on, his words get more and more slurred, showing whatever he's infected with is rapidly mutating and he's losing his humanity.
I will not let those ideals win. Give it up!
It's over.
Now, what scream did that sound like? You've heard it before.
Good riddance.
Nemesis.
A nemesis, my favorite. So good. Cinema.
You're so damn relentless.
So this fight is similar to the Nemi fight at the end of the 3 remake, but way easier. Same premise as we need to pop all of the little balls coming up, and I find it's easier using the handgun since it carries more bullets. He does similar attacks to Nemi, but as Leon can't dodge like Jill, we just parry. He has significantly less moves than Jill's Nemi, so he's a lot easier to get through as he's a lot more predictable. Eventually, he will grab us, giving Leon the opportunity to beat the hell out of him with a hatchet.
this time. You ain't getting back up.
Now, I'd like to point out two things. Leon walking towards him, aura farming, he's using Requiem one-handed, with no struggle, showing just how affected his body was with the virus. And I believe this is a nod to Jill walking down Nemi in the original RE3 with a similar weapon.
You want stars? I'll give you stars.
Anyway, back to Leon.
Grace. Grace, where are you? Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry. Shit. Grace! Grace, hang on. Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
There's no way out, is there?
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side. I'm gonna sit right here with you.
I guess this is it then.
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir. Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
The BSAA, baby. Now, real quick, this group here is the Wolves. We see them in RE8, which I haven't got to yet. It's on the list, so let me explain. So the Hound Squad is an elite BSAA task force. Really, they're their own separate unit. In the BSA, a lot of stuff happens within the BSAA, and Chris, or Captain Redfield, or Alpha, made his own elite rogue group. They're a very small group, so we have an identity for each of them, which is quite cool. So from left to right, we have Umbra Eyes, Canine, Night Howl, Lobo, Tundra, and finally Chris as Alpha. So very cool, but let's continue.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked. Feel better than I have in ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
We got a dose with your name on it. You'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back. It's over then.
Yeah. Elpis really was our last hope.
Oh, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located here in the ruins of Racoon City. The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may be related to tragic events in Racoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Racoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story. Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office, the president is expected to reject allegations of any government involvement since the Racoon City incident.
So final few notes. So Sherry seems to be going back to field work after she gets her cure, which is very cool. Sherry game in the future, maybe. And Chris has been name dropped a good few times, so I'm almost certain he's either going to come back for a DLC or RE10. It's no secret that I really want Jill to come back for RE10, but I wouldn't really mind a Jill and Chris team up, considering RE1 started with Jill and Chris as our playable characters. Having 10 go back to that would be really cool. I'd be up for it. Then remember when I said when we're shooting Emily, Leon takes over and making aiming a little bit harder? That's why. He was missing her vitals in case saving her was an option. Now when someone told me that, I was like, there's no way, that's not actually true. And then when I played it again, there's a little bit of resistance. It's very hard to notice, but it is definitely there. Or I'm just completely hallucinating the whole thing. It's possible. Then finally, the part that is tearing the fandom apart. Did you see Leon's hand as he was walking away? It's hard to see, but we see him take off his gloves and slip on a wedding ring. But who is he married to? We don't know yet, and my god, the shipping wars are getting toxic about it on Twitter. But it's Twitter. What's new, I suppose? So the Spencer investigation is being reopened, and all of the allegations of the government corruption are now on the table. Interesting. But we aren't done yet. Post-credit scene.
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad. Emily, yeah, she's doing great. I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace. Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. catch-up scene.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
The photos on the desk make me so happy. Note Emily's cataracts are gone, meaning she also probably receives Elpis and all of the experimentation on her is gone. Then we see the elite forces take down a ton of the BSAA and come in to retrieve something before the wolves get sent back in. But what did they retrieve? We don't know yet, but I have a theory. Xeno's head. If he is a clone of Wesker, you wouldn't just leave that lying around, especially because it's Wesker DNA and Elpis. They could do anything with that. They could find a way to reverse engineer Elpis or make a virus that it is useless against. They could use it to make other viruses more stable. Anything. But I'll take thoughts on what you thought they've come in for. My money is Xeno's head. Now, one last thing before we finish up. The final puzzle. In the game challenges, there's one last challenge where the condition is, let the sweet pair hear the voice. Now, we had a good few days as a community trying to figure out what this was, and I think we were so close to figuring out the entire thing, and then data miners came in and ruined the fun. No one's surprised anyway. So, all through this, I kept saying to do random things. It'll make sense here. So, the sweet pair refers to Emily and Marie, but Marie is now the girl. But remember that Marie doll from ages back? Because we're carrying Emily, we can't pick up the doll in the basement, so we need to find another way to get a Marie doll. So, to begin with, we stand AFK at the processing pool to get the blood. Finally, this will make sense. So there's a note in the research lab that talks about how Marie was being injected with 115 infected. So we wait here long enough for 115 to fall in, or for me, roughly about 20-25 minutes. If enough go through, when we get to processing, remember we wanted it to say a ton of blood flowed through. So then we do the basement section as normal, entering back into the care center. Now remember all the way back at the start I spoke about Grace's report and how there's the body with the 8 smeared on the wall? So here we go to the bathrooms and we flush the toilet 8 times. Now all of this is to get a Marie doll, and I'm not certain why we flush a toilet. I'm thinking maybe the doll is stuck in the pipes or something and we're forcing it through. I'm not sure, maybe someone knows. I just don't particularly understand why we're... Like, I get... You know... Anyway, here is where we come back to the severed hand. Now remember, we did a ton of blood analyzing in the care center. And what's in the hand? Blood. So we take the hand to the blood lab, and analyzing it, we get the words "let's play," which, if you remember, they were Marie's last words. And then we get a code. Now all throughout I kept mentioning when there were times that we were seeing a letter and an equals. So these make the most sense using the last one as a frame of reference. C. So the C note was found in Grace's DNA file saying C equals 4.ly. But what is ly? Light years. These codes are distances. The distance to the nearest star that's not the sun is 4.2 light years away. So C equals star. Clearly you're seeing where we're going with this, given that our keys earlier were star, sun, and moon. So continuing with distances, we come back to the first one on the blood machine, G. G equals 150 million or 150 million kilometers. And what's 150 million kilometers away? The sun. Then finally, that hourglass. So when the sand moves, we get that U equals 138,000, or the same logic, 138,000 kilometers is the moon. So U equals moon. So all we're left with is A. So for now, we continue through the blood area as Grace normally would, but this time the blood has flushed out the Marie doll. So we can finally pick her up and take her with us. Now we need to finish the game with her in our inventory, but we aren't done the steps yet. So using the clues of Let's Play, there isn't a whole lot of games like child games through Requiem. But we do happen to find one after the Mr. X fight. In the basketball court, we find a familiar toy uncle head from RE3 and a turned over hoop is nearby. So we kick the head through the hoop as the game requires. Here we hear what sounds like a door opening, which is weird. Heading back to Kendo's room, we find the rest of the toy uncle statue, which certainly isn't a door. So maybe there's still more to this whole thing that we haven't figured out yet, but for now, the toy uncle statue says just to ignore A. So ignoring A, we get GGC, GUC, GUG, UCU. Converting that to our matching symbols, we have our code. So again, finishing the game up normally, this will save the Marie doll in every save file. Now remember earlier I said we were putting a cheeky save file all the way at the bottom so that we wouldn't overwrite it? Some poor people thought you had to start all over again, so they started from the beginning. But no, once you finish the game with the doll, it is in every save file, so just keep one safe right before you leave for the helicopter. So here we load in, we pick up the doll, and we pick up Emily. We then head back to the puzzle box that the leather-bound journal was in, and we input the code. Sun, sun, star, sun, moon, star, sun, moon, sun, moon, star, moon. And just like that, the final puzzle is complete with both Emily and Marie hearing the sound. God, that takes a lot of effort. But it's done. I'm still a little sus about that noise with Leon because it sounds like a door. And we still have something weird with the journal. So I'm not sure. There could be more to it. But for now, that's Resident Evil Requiem. So far, anyway. As I said, it's been announced that we're getting some story expansions. We have no clue when they're dropping, though. I'm also personally hoping we get 2, maybe 3 if Capcom will let me be greedy. Please. But all in all, I loved this game. You all know the Raccoon City incident is my favorite era in this franchise, and to finally come back and finally get some more content around that era, I loved it. So now is the time for the Redfield arc. So many of you have been asking for Code Veronica, and yes, it is next. I know I've said that twice now, and I'm very sorry. So the plan is Code Veronica, Revelations 1, 5, Revelations 2, 6, 7, 8, and then I need to put in the Separate Ways DLC for 4 in there somewhere. I've got a lot to do. And speaking of a lot to do, I do all of these by myself. I want you to know the script for this one was 67 pages, and I do all of the writing by myself, the recording, the editing. So please, I beg for some interaction, a little hit of that like and subscribe button, a little comment. It really helps me in the algorithm. It really does. Of course, hyping the video is also huge. I'm still a small channel with 6K subs, so hypes do so much to push me into the algorithm. Currently, it's only available on mobile, so how you do it is you swipe right on the comments and you can hype 3 times. So like you close it, you reopen it, rehype it. It's a bit of a pain, but you can do it 3 times and it resets on Mondays. So if you're watching this on upload day, so Saturday or Sunday, you can hype it now and then you can rehype it on Monday. Just saying, it's only available for the first week. Please. Also, I'm starting a new horror series soon, trying to find the top 10 scariest games that exist, so you might see them starting to get uploaded soon. I'm super desensitized to horror games, so we're playing them over on Twitch as a group, and then we're agreeing on where they should place in a ranking. So if you want to join and come help, my user is the same over on there, it's Sui, or all of the links are down below. And if you have horror game recommendations, let me know. We have a massive wheel and we're just continuing to add to it. One more shameless plug before I go. So people have been asking for a VODs channel so they don't have to watch Twitch VODs, which I fully understand. So now that this video is out, I can finally work on that. I'll upload all the Pragmata VODs, Subnautica, there's some Resi stuff as well, and of course the D&D channel as well. I've got a ton of stuff coming for those two channels now that this video is finally out. So if you want to check them out, the links as always are down below. Alright, well, I've got a Code Veronica script to get to, so remember, I love you. Mwah! Here's a big kiss. My lipstick is waterproof, so good luck getting it off. I'm not telling you, that's a you problem. And I'll see you later. Bye!